But this little tool holds the cell phone.
All right, we're starting a little late. It's 4 minutes past 10. We were supposed to start at 10. But I'm going to go ahead and convene Finance Division 3. Today is a division work session. Not expecting any votes. We're going to be hearing pretty much all day from the Office of the Commissioner, the DHHS. We've received a nice binder of budget presentations, and we have an equally nice HB1 that we can consult. And so we'll get going, and I'll just ask you to be patient with us as we go back and forth. I love the presentation, but we have to be able to see which line items we're referring to. All right. So with that, I should have clicked it already, but let's go.
Good morning, members of the committee. Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer. I would also ask for patience, this being the first day, and I think we're all just going to kind of get used to what we're looking at here. And so what's before you, as the chair indicated, there is a binder there. We will be bringing the subsequent presentations, and we kind of set that up with tabs so that you can add to that as we move forward through this process. So if you can start by, you open up your binder, and the first presentation there should be the Division of Finance. So I thought it was appropriate to kick off the budget detailed conversations with talking about the Division of Finance that supports the entire department. And in the back, towards the back of your book, and I don't know if you want to take it out of the binder for today, we also have the budget briefing book sections for the Office of the Commissioner. The Division of Finance is in Accounting Unit 5676, which in the budget briefing book is page 5. And in the governor's budget, it is page 1040. Again, the budget briefing book, it's page 5, and then the governor's budget is page 1040, where it starts.
Okay, just let us catch up.
Of course.
And say the 1,000 number again, 1,000 and what?
1040.
40.
Yes.
So while I'm thumbing through this, for those who are interested, we're gonna take a serious 2-hour run at this, and then we're gonna take a recess for lunch, and then come back probably around 1 o'clock, depending on exactly when we recess. Go ahead.
Excellent. So if you open up the presentation for the Division of Finance there, the second page in there is the mission for the Division of Finance. The Division of Finance does a couple of really key things. We provide reliable financial data management, and then also within our division, we also administer all of the solicitations, the RFPs, RFAs, contracts, amendments, so forth and so on. And we try to do this in a comprehensive and collaborative manner across the department. We work with every single division, both on the financial side and on the procurement side of the hat. So on any given day, I may talk to every single division director or their counterparts, either through the contracts work or the finance work that our team supports. So
I just want to make sure I'm tracking with you. I think in this thick staple,
yes,
we're on page 5, looking at the Office of Business Operations.
that is correct.
And you're also referring to it as finance.
That is correct.
The Division of Finance. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So what you will see, I think you actually make a really good point, Representative Edwards. What you will see as we move through the budget is sometimes the operating name may differ from the accounting unit name, and there's some history behind that. We do work on an ongoing basis to update those. We have a small period in February of every other year to get the chart of accounts updated, but there will be some discrepancies. But I will point that out going forward. I apologize for the oversight.
No problem. The good thing about not knowing exactly what I'm doing is I can anticipate the questions of the freshmen. So, okay, and then just to, again, to make sure that we're tracking on page 1041, there's a bottom line, I think, or is it a top line that says estimated source of funds for Office of Business Operations?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the beginning of what we're looking at.
That's the end. So on page 1040, you'll see the accounting unit detail where you have the 05, 95, 95, 9500, and then 5676. That's the accounting unit. And then it begins at that class 10, the personnel line there in front of you. And then it continues onto the second page.
Give me a second. Do you see that, Maureen? Is it, okay, so is this it, 041? Yeah. Where? Right here? Okay. And I'm sorry for being slow on this, but once we get this going, it'll go.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
All right. So just to start pretty high level, on page 3 of the PowerPoint presentation that we provided, I have a high level oversight of the types of functions that are support of the specific functions that are supported. The bulk of our staff are really related to what I kind of think about as being expenditures. This is the daily financial management. We have finance directors that oversee their respective areas. So we have a finance director assigned to the Division of Long-Term Supports and Services, and also the Division for Behavioral Health. We have one division director for the Medicaid program. We have one division director for the Division of Public Health Services, and we've tried to allocate those appropriately based on the workloads that we see. And this is an incredible team of folks that do the audit activities, the daily AP, AR, the financial oversight. They're looking at expense projections. They're preparing those transfers that the fiscal committee sees to make sure that we have the money in the right place and it's budgeted and tracked appropriately. And what's also really important here too is looking at the source of funds, the requirements that may be attached to those, making sure that we spend those maintenance of effort dollars that are required. And that's the bulk of the work that the team does on a daily basis. We also have a revenue and reporting team, and this is the team that does the federal draws, does a lot of the federal reporting. We do expenditure reports for over 200 different programs. They work on the drawdowns. The CMS 64 report is a quarterly report that our team does. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars every quarter that team reviews, and that takes a tremendous amount of preparation. And then also responsible here is the team that looks over the public assistance cost allocation plan. So that's that plan that I had mentioned yesterday. It's 250, 260 pages long that allows us to allocate federal costs as approved by the federal government to all of our programs appropriately. We also relatively new, about a little less than 4 years ago, we established a rate setting team. Before rate setting was kind of done in a decentralized manner, we centralized that. So the $134 million of Medicaid rates that were appropriated via HB2 from Chapter 79 laws of 2023. This is the team that did all the tremendous amount of work in analyzing the hundreds and if not thousands of different individual rates, comparing them to Medicare rates, Medicaid rates. They also work on looking at, they rebase the county nursing facility rates twice a year. They do that work on an ongoing basis. They look at the cost reports, and it's a relatively small team, but they do quite a tremendous amount of work there. The contracting team, the contracting bureau, there's 34 FTE there. This team on any given year, typically about 700 to 800 contracts and amendments go through this team. Now, an amendment could take anywhere from a month to 3 months, depending on complexity. A contract could take 6 months or a year. A lot of that is often dependent upon whether there's IT components, whether there's unique risk components that we need to take into account. Oftentimes we do have trouble with some of our vendors where they may want to go back and forth on a document. I've seen that happen for 8 months at a time where we're not able to get to agreement on certain terms. That's certainly the rarity, but it's part of the normal course of business, for better or for worse, and sometimes it's something we can't control. They also administer all of the RFPs and RFAs. There's state law that specifies very particular rules around what can be shared with our vendors, when it can be shared, and the processes that we must follow there. And that team's responsible for, they put out about 55 or 60 of those solicitations each year. And then finally, there's also a grants management team, and this came into being 7 or 8 years ago following some changes at the federal level around subrecipient monitoring. We talked a lot about subrecipients and contractors last biennium. This is the team that oversees the and helps administer the system, where we assess the risk of all of our contractors before we enter into agreement. We look at their financials, we look at their programmatic risks. Have they had changes in oversight, leadership? Do they have history administering this contract? And then based on those risks, the contract team incorporates elements into the contract to account for the risks that have been identified. So those two components there work very closely together.
I have a couple generic questions that will sound familiar by the time we get through all of this. What is your vacancy rate here, and are there any of these stovepipe functions, these 5 functions, that have transferred into the Division of Finance and Procurement since like 2019?
Since 2019.
Yeah, going back a ways. We're just sort of pre-COVID.
So the contracting team was previously under another component, but I think that was pre-2019. It was under another area of the department, but I believe that's organizationally the department has changed.
Right.
There were 18 positions that were unfunded in this area. So basically all of the vacant positions that were vacant at that point in time were unfunded in the governor's budget. So what does that put us at? Quick back of the envelope here.
So that's 010 personal services. That's that going from 10.8 to 9.9. And 26, going from 25, 10.8 to 26, starting
Yes.
at 9.9.
Yep. So it's in class 10, you will see the reduction there for the 18 vacant positions,
Okay.
or vacant and now unfunded positions.
Okay. So what kind of turnover do you experience here? And if you do have turnover, how difficult is it in general to train somebody up to be productive?
Sure. So the state accounting, the state system itself is fairly unique. So at my finance director level, in my time in this role, 3+ years now, I've had one individual turnover there, and that was due to retirement. She decided to retire. At the financial manager level, we have overall a relatively low turnover rate. At the lower levels, particularly at the AP level, where it's the salary and compensation is not as generous, we tend to see higher turnover there. But overall, relatively low. It's about 11% vacancy rate, which is below the department average.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Representative Navalko.
Yeah, just quickly, I missed the total actual headcount number.
Well,
I think that's what you were asking.
is there
If you look at the governor's budget on page 1041, you will see the total actual headcount right there at 157 for the governor's budget at the bottom of the page.
Thank you.
Of course.
okay? Thank you.
Yep. So turning the page to just some of the key accomplishments that we've seen, one really important piece that the team has been working on, one really important initiative, is we had procured a budget business intelligence tool back in 2022. And the purpose of that is that historically we found that we did not have the data analysis available to actively and quickly identify where the federal funds were being earned. And so what that led to was it led to a number of years, and Representative Wallner, you probably remember this, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where we had large amounts of federal revenue lapse. And the purpose of the system is to allow us to budget more actively and be able to track what the maintenance of expenditures is in real time. And so if you look at the bullets there, so the state fiscal year 24 general fund lapse was about 70% less in 24 than in 23, and the federal and other revenue lapse was 88% less. So I think the last bullet there is a really important one, where the year prior we lapsed $45 million of federal funds that we could have used to offset general funds had we budgeted more accurately. But and then in 24, where we budgeted more accurately and we used the system, we only lapsed $5 million of federal funds. And so that system does, there is a price to it. It's a couple $100,000 a year, but the savings that's generated to offset general fund expenditures is really critical. Ernie, Jillian will be talking about this later on. This was a prioritized need to keep that funded. It's currently not funded in our budget. That certainly gives me some concern, and it's something that I'd want to highlight here. The contracts team has been undergoing, I talked about this previously, they've been undergoing, we adopted a Lean Six Sigma business methodology within that team, and specifically it's a DMAIC methodology where we define the system, we measure the system, we constantly assess through vendor surveys and internal surveys, then we improve, and then we control for that. And so we've continued to see pretty positive outcomes, but what we've tried to do lately is work with the nonprofits in the community to provide training, because you probably, if you've talked to anyone that's done business with the state, the procurement process and the GNC process, it's a little foreign. And so what we've tried to do there is provide training to our external vendors and nonprofits in the community to try to kind of lift the veil on what are the constraints, what are the problems. We've tried to address those, as well as some of the federal, help interpret some of the federal rules relative to indirect costs. Indirect costs is something that a contractor can claim to offset, their general overhead, and not everybody has done that consistently. And we've heard feedback from the community that that's a challenge for some. So we've tried to address that through a couple of projects via reaching out. We've also, through just the resources that we've had, put together a finance academy where we've tried to document and standardize the policies and procedures that the team follows. We utilize the state accounting system, but there's always intricacies with any culture that need to be documented so that when you do hire and you do onboard, it's a little bit more consistent as far as what folks are coming into. And they also have recorded trainings that they can go back to try to make things a little bit more effective, efficient, and lead to fewer mistakes, whoopsies, and otherwise.
So you piqued my interest because you've talked about IT systems twice with this business intelligence tool, and then in contracts you're migrating to
Yes.
a web-based application. Are you able to tell us the names of the key IT systems that you're using, just so
Yes.
if we're talking about it in the future, we're hearing each other?
Yeah, the budget business intelligence tool, that is Salesforce. And the Excel-based data, basically we brought Excel to its brink and broke it, and we built our own project management system, and then we had to bring it back a little bit, and we migrated that to Smartsheets. Contracts also relies, during the pandemic, we quickly rolled out the DocuSign e-signature. Prior to that, people used to drive around the state getting wet signatures. When I first started, I was previously the contracts director.
Right.
Kind of drove me crazy. It took us 2 weeks to get execution. The record now, I think, is 27 minutes to get the vendor to sign, DHHS to sign, and the Attorney General's office to sign.
And is that DocuSign function in Smartsheet, or where?
No, it's separate, completely different system. That is also currently a PN that was not funded, and I would certainly be concerned if that didn't go forward, because it would negatively impact both our vendors, and we have to find some kind of workaround solution.
Is it in the governor's budget?
It is not currently funded in the governor's budget.
Okay, so highlight that for us, because that sounds like one of the first really major productivity tools that I've heard in the IT area.
Yes, that has definitely accelerated the processes.
Okay, another question, Representative
Yeah,
Stringer?
so what does LMS stand for in the LMS platform? Is that life cycle management?
Learning, I believe it's learning management system.
Learning management system.
Yes.
Maybe you'll get to this, but maybe this is part of the business intelligence tool, but, you know, the budget in this department has the general fund cost going down by 4 million and the amount of federal funds going up by 2 million. So the percentage applicable of you know, this office function is really dramatically changed. And can you explain that and, you know, tell us how you did it and
There's probably a couple of things impacting that. Number one is just budgeting as accurately as possible leveraging that tool. The second component there is when looking at unfunding the 394 positions, general funds was a factor in that process, and 18 positions have been unfunded within this accounting unit.
so follow up? And so, you know, basically you have 4 million of general fund savings within just this function. And would you say that, you know, part of the prioritized needs would be to keep the information systems available that made this possible?
Yes, and Ernie was going to address that later on in his presentation when he presents the Bureau of Information Services. So we should dig back into those.
Thank you.
So do you, I'm sorry, Representative Priest, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As a follow-up to a question that Representative Edwards asked you, what is that name of the program for the dock sign that is not in the governor's budget and that we should be aware of, and the amount of money that is needed?
Sure. DocuSign
Okay.
is the program, and we've rolled that out to a couple other areas in the department as well. And I know that when Ernie and Dave speak, they can give you a little bit more detail. And in that presentation, we have the specific numbers that are
Okay.
highlighted in there. So those will be coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't want to, that you got it delegated to have the IT discussed separate from your department, which bugs me, but I get it. So Mr. Wieters, when we get to talking about Salesforce, I'll be interested in knowing what's next. You know, given that we have Salesforce, given that it's such a powerful tool, what are your next adventures in increasing productivity as a result of using Salesforce? All right. And did you have a question?
Yes, quick question on the lapse. I know that in the past, lapses have been built into the budget with expected that amount was going to lapse. Is that still a continuing process?
So when the LBA prepares its final analysis, it shows the lapse as a percentage, which typically ranges 3.64% in recent years.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. We can keep asking questions, but we do have a fairly busy. So what? Please ask your question.
I understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 022 rents, leases other than state, could you explain the relatively increase of the request that you're making and give me an explanation for that?
Sure. So the Department of Administrative Services, they administer all of the statewide contracts. They reprocured a statewide contract for copiers, and we tack onto that contract per RSA 21 MI. And we've seen an increase in the copier leasing costs, which is reflected there.
Okay, thank you.
That was an excellent question. Exactly the kind we're supposed to be asking today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your mic is on. Did you have another question? Okay, all right. So give people just a moment. I think you're about done on this section. Could
Yes.
just give the members a moment to look through this to see if they have any supplemental questions before we move on, please. Representative Nelvanko?
Yeah, I have a quick question and sorry, I'm looking at 103, line 103. So there's nothing in fiscal year 24, nothing in fiscal year 25, but then money in 26 and 27. And I was noticing patterns throughout when I kind of thumbed through this, and I'll apologize that I'm new at understanding how this budget detail works. But I noticed a couple of places, and there's an example of it, where there was nothing in 23, 24, and suddenly there's money in 24 and 25. So maybe help me understand what's going on there.
Sure. So I'll just highlight a couple of areas just to talk about the zeros. So the additional fringe benefits in class 42, you see it goes from 379 and the adjusted authorized in state fiscal year 25 to 0. We've centralized that, so that's actually in accounting unit 5,000 now. And then to your question on class 103 going from 0 to 448, that represents the contract that we have with a provider for EBT cards. And that was previously budgeted elsewhere, and we've moved that under this accounting unit, and that's why you see that increase.
So can I have a quick follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So wherever I see that kind of a pattern, that reflects moving money from one area to another, or relabeling.
It may or it may not, and I think that's one of the challenges, and that's where we need to have conversations, because in some cases there could be a reduction. In other cases, there could be a contract has ended that we didn't reprocure. In some cases, it could be that we're moving money over, or it may be something. It could actually reflect a prioritized need that was funded in other cases. So I think if you ever see something like that, it's best to ask.
Okay, thank you.
So I just heard you say we moved EBT into this group, and I think for cost transparency, that doesn't pass the common sense test, but there must be a reason why you did that. I would think EBT costs would be best associated with the kind of the food program area so that we can see total costs.
So the individual that oversees the EBT program, the contract itself that administers more of the technical administration,
Yeah.
actually sits within finance. And so this was previously budgeted in accounting unit 6125, which is the Bureau of Family Assistance in the director's office.
Yeah.
And so we moved that because the individual who is managing the dollars actually works within finance. They obviously have close ties to the program, but this is more of the general oversight of the cards and the administration and working with the federal government on more of the technical issues.
Okay, but if we didn't have an EBT program, okay, I'll just leave you with that. It doesn't make any sense to me, because for the purposes of cost transparency, it should, to me, be allocated in the functional area so we can see the total cost of a program or a service. But I'm not going to debate it. I'm just going to let you know.
Sure.
All right.
Any other questions on the budget detail on pages 1040 or 1041?
Nope.
Okay. The only other, and I'm just being mindful of the time, I did include a couple of slides. If you flip to page 7, you will see that this is just some of the data that we've been tracking over time relative to the efficiencies of the contracts team. And you will slowly see that we are producing more contracts in a faster amount of time earlier than in the year than we have in prior years. What we've also discovered as we've sort of formalized the system and tightened things up a little bit is, we have identified other contracted needs that previously went unmet. So that will also give rise to that number there. But overall, that's all I had for the Division of Finance, and take any other questions on that. Otherwise, we can move forward to EAP.
Just to comment on slide 6, I know that since you've moved in, there's been a tremendous amount of reorganization and improvement in this office. So thank you for that.
So if we want to move, the next presentation is on the Employee Assistance Program. And I am joined here. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Mike Lawless. Good morning. I'm the director of the Employee Assistance Program.
Okay, get us oriented. I see a slide deck. What page of the briefing book are we in, and where are we in the budget?
Yes. So if you turn to the budget book page 1040, we should be close to there. You will see accounting unit 5025.
Yeah. So I see where it's got estimated source of funds for the EAP, and then it goes down to right above health and social services.
Yes, and I apologize.
It starts on 1039, yeah.
Thank you.
It starts on 1039.
Yep. And in the budget briefing book, if you flip the budget briefing book to page 2, I believe. Yes, it begins on page 2 of the budget briefing book.
All right. Thank you.
Take on.
So I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak a little bit about the Employee Assistance Program. I brought some additional resources here. I don't know if I can maybe pass them around if folks are curious, but these
I don't know that they're necessary.
They're not
for the
necessary,
budget
okay.
Presentation.
I could speak to them a little bit, and part of this is also within the presentation.
Yeah.
The material is around resources that we provide to individuals and also specific resources for managers. And so the EAP, it began as a pilot program serving 900 state employees in 1985 and has grown through the years to support all departments and also state employees' family members. Some of the information around the program are around the confidentiality of the program, different resources that we connect folks to either internally or externally, and some of the ways that we can be supportive to not only individuals and their family members, but managers, work groups, at the policy level, at the individual level.
So is it fair to say that a kind of a quick summary of this is that you have a total of 7 positions and you're serving all of the state government?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And has there been a change in the last few years to the number of positions? Because I remember 14 for some reason. I don't know why I would remember that.
I've been in the director's role for 2 years now, and I started with the program in 2015. I think the only adjustment was there was a position added, and I would
Okay.
say that may have been 4 years ago.
And you receive revenues from other functions of the state to help pay for the EAP.
Yes, sir. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's sort of my bottom line in this. You're
Yes.
servicing the entire state. You're getting revenue from them for providing a service, and you're doing it with what feels to me, for the number of people serviced, a relatively lean staff. Do you want to argue with any of that?
No. We're passionate about the work we do, and when I think about some of the experiences over the last year, some of the resources, as we kind of named our key accomplishments, is that we've increased our satellite hours with 2 of the 24/7 facilities where we are available on site a couple hours a week for employees to kind of meet us in their own workspace.
Yeah.
And I think, just to be brief, that experience was very instrumental in employees feeling comfortable accessing us in particular crisis moments.
So I assume that you have some kind of a metric that you manage as the director. You have the number of clients that you can potentially serve
Yes.
divided by the number of people to have a metric on the number of people served per counselor. You probably have that, right?
We need to be flexible around that because the nature of the work is there can be sudden events that occur that we all have to kind of come together and
Sure,
be flexible
but you have
around
a
that.
base metric like that, I assume. And so we probably saw an increase in the number of the volume of requested services
Yes.
during the pandemic.
Yes.
Are you keeping that metric too, so that we can see post-pandemic what the demand is on the services? I assume they're in a decline. Do you have statistics in here that
They're not
tell
they're
us
not
that?
in a decline. Where there was a shift was that the resources shifted during the pandemic, particularly in the early part, from face-to-face services
Yeah.
and trainings. But as a matter of fact, the complexity of the needs that folks have are now in multiple areas where prior to the pandemic, they were kind of unique or individual kinds of experiences.
Okay, so in previous sessions, we've tried to get to the informational aspects of the
Yes.
department, and that what we're really after in these budget sessions
Yes.
is your performance metrics.
Okay.
What kind of volume are we doing?
Yes.
What are we projecting for future volume? What's been the historical trend? We kind of need to know that sort of performance metric behavior so that we can determine, you know, how we're doing.
So I will-
If the
I'll-
resources allocated are appropriate for
Yes.
the function.
No, I can appreciate that. What I would say around kind of the shift is we have, and I spoke about this at the last session, we're moving towards a data management system, and we recently adopted that, which will allow us to predict trends and kind of more of a proactive approach. We began utilizing that to capture trainings and orientations and things of that nature in September, and individual client in July, and individual client information in September. And so for the last calendar year, I can share some information around services provided, if that would be helpful, in terms of numbers served.
Okay, that would be great. Performance metrics.
Yes,
That's
so-
that's the code.
So in the last calendar year, we have met with 750 individual clients or kind of new cases. We have provided satellite office hours to two 24/7 facilities on 105 days over that year span. So 2 days a week, we're there for 2 hours at each
So
location.
that's 210 man hours by multiplying it by 2 sites.
That sounds right to me. Yes.
Okay.
60 plus trainings that could have been anywhere from 1 hour to 4 to 6 hours on various topics, not only from a kind of a critical incident response metric, but part of the evolution of the program is to lean into the preventative and kind of resiliency protective factors. So 60 plus trainings, anywhere from 1 hour to 6 hours, and 97 orientations, which is either new client orientations where we are there presenting information, or orientations from managers, and that's one of these guides here around the unique resources that are available for managers or supervisors that we offer.
Okay. This is helpful. Being able to see a trend and a projection would make this even more helpful.
I mean, the projections moving forward are that when we have a year, 2 years worth of data in the new data management system, we're not only going to be able to see trends, but we're going to be able to quantify the service delivery models in much more articulated ways than we've been able to with a paper and pen model.
Do you have and since we don't have a quantitative projection, do you have a qualitative one? Do you have your own prediction of what the next budget looks like in terms of demand?
I wouldn't want to guess at a number
All right.
without more
That's
thought
fair.
there.
That's fair. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Representative Nelevenko. I have a very quick question on page 5, and that's what is the definition of peer support groups?
Yes, thank you. So the peer support model that we are supportive around is there are a number of different departments within the state that recognize the need of being, being available, or employees want to be supportive of their colleagues because of a shared work experience. So, for example, law enforcement's experience is maybe very different than other departments. And so they recognize there's value in a peer support model. And in these specific agencies, the challenges that they deal with, the events that they deal with, are very different from one department to the next. And so we have been instrumental in supporting multiple departments develop their own peer support agency, but also be a resource for the peer supporters when they are receiving information that's beyond their scope, and also to intervene to support employees they might be crossing paths with when the material is at a higher level than, say, a peer support may be kind of qualified to be available around.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
Is that like an employee affinity group?
I think that's one way of kind of describing it, but there's also training that happens there. So it's not just people kind of volunteering out of say the goodness of their heart. They have some level of knowledge around trauma, or depending on what the unique experiences of that work group might be, they may get a different kind of training. And we are not the ones who are providing that training alone. So for instance, state police has a peer support model, and it is modeled after other states who also have a similar model, and they do a lot of that work internally, but we are kind of there as an ancillary support and resource.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the response.
So I have questions on leveraging technology for productivity. Are you using any form of like telemedicine to make yourselves more accessible without transportation?
We adapted to that model during COVID, where we had to be flexible around meeting people who couldn't or wouldn't want to meet in person. And so that's certainly still a model that we've used at the employee's request. We are available to all state departments across the state, and certainly travel and meet folks where they are. But some folks, whether it's making a call during their lunch break or wanting to meet face to face, have that option as well.
So I imagine employees know that telemedicine is an option.
Absolutely.
Okay.
When we do our orientations or anywhere we're marketing, we're sharing the diverse ways that we support folks.
And then have you placed any training modules or information modules on the state's LMS?
We're in the process of collaborating on a model. I'm not sure if I'd have to look back at some of my research. I know we often do partner with internal, say ODTS, to provide information. And so there may be some material that's there.
Right, because I'm just looking at this new orientations as an example, and then you got the 60+ trainings. It feels like there should be a subset that could go on LMS to enhance productivity, but that's just a comment for you to think about. And then I want to know about surge. You started to talk about if you had a spike for some reason and cases that you needed to deal with. What's your surge contingency? Do you have subcontracts with anyone to provide an expansion?
We do not have subcontracts. When I think about, this idea of a surge maybe, or a kind of an unanticipated event, what comes to mind is the response to the active shooter event with New Hampshire Hospital. And so we were one of the groups being supportive of employees.
Right.
In my estimation, the fact that we're available for satellite hours there made us a nice option for folks because they were familiar with us. But
Yep.
to your original question, those kinds of experiences have allowed us to build partnerships and relationships, so that when there are these unanticipated events, we can connect with folks who are.
So did you see a big spike in EAP requests in the aftermath of that shooting at the New Hampshire hospital?
Yes. I mean, from multiple departments on, so we were part of the response team to support employees who were experiencing that directly, but there's multiple departments on those state grounds that were also uncertain, and we hold that information confidentially and supporting them as well.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This is regarding kind of a continuation of what Representative Edwards asked you. about the contingency fund. I'm very interested if whether or not the department and especially your division has a contingency if we have another pandemic happening, and what's going to happen if that occurs.
Just to clarify, Representative Priest, contingency fund for what purpose?
To recover the overtime, the additional staff needed to do your purposes.
Sure. No, the department does not have any specific contingency fund for those purposes. Typically, how we would handle that, if we did see an excessive increase in overtime, we would seek to transfer the funds from some other vacancy or contract that may be underspent or something to that effect. And that kind of harkens back to the HB2 provision I was speaking to yesterday relative to the ability to transfer out of personnel lines. That's just an example of really where it's really important for us to do that. There is a statewide fund that other agencies pay into that could potentially assist in those instances, but HHS does not pay into that historically because we have that flexibility. So when we do have, for example, like an employee retires after 45 years and they were a really high paid employee, like when we have to pay out tens of thousands of dollars, we have to find that money within our budget. If there was an emergency, we'd have to do the same thing.
Thank you.
Back to the kind of the standard ones. What's your vacancy rate? What are your issues relative to replacing somebody? Is that a short spin up or is that a long one? And I guess in this case, I'd like to know what the general credential background is for a counselor.
Yeah, so currently we do not have any vacancies.
Good.
And the kind of onboarding experience, when I started with the EAP in 2015, my predecessor used to say it takes about 3 years to learn the job. And I don't know if I would say it takes that long, but I think that there's a learning curve regardless of what your background is. If you have a behavioral health background, that certainly can support the onboarding process with certain aspects of the position. But the position is also very complex in terms of dealing with all departments, different cultures for every agency.
Sure. So you don't have like an RN or a behavioral specialist in their job requirements and your job description?
We don't. I mean, it used to be master's level only positions, but there's been some flexibility around experience and education.
Okay. I'd be curious in seeing that. If you could just shoot me the standard,
The job description?
please.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good. Representative Wallner, did you have anything? Okay. Anyone? All right. I want to thank you. Do you want to, I tackled you before you really got going. So is there anything
It's always
you
nice
really
to-
want us to hear that
to
we
be here. No,
haven't heard
thank you.
yet?
Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Okay. So next up this morning, we will have human resources. And the presentation should be the next subsequent presentation in your packet. And in the governor's budget book, the accounting unit is on page 1056. Just give folks a moment to turn there. And it is accounting unit 5677, Bureau of Human Resources. And in the budget briefing book, it is located on page 25.
thank you for the orientation. Mr. Wieters, how are you today?
I am good. Thank you, Representative and Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is David Wieters. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DHHS, and I am here instead of our HR Director as she is retiring at the end of the month, and I gave her the day off from this presentation.
I didn't run her off with this budget stuff, did I?
I don't believe so.
All right.
So I'm going to skip to slide 3, and I'll talk a little bit about our mission as we go through. But as the Human Resources Bureau for the department, we provide services across all the 24/7 facilities as well as all of the divisions for the department. And we're broken up into 5 different specific areas. The first one you'll see is really managing our payroll and benefits. And in there, we're really focused on, as everyone sees it as important, is paying people in a timely manner and accurately. So that would be one of the main components of that job duty, as well as compliance with state and federal laws and personnel rules. We work with and partner with Department of Administrative Services for that work, and utilizing the New Hampshire First Enterprise Resource Planning tool for all of our transactions. And then we also partner with the union and the collective bargaining agreement that really puts around all of those rules and guidelines for payroll and benefits. And then moving into, and just as a comment, because our predecessors talked about people in the different areas, we have 10 people working in payroll and benefits. And then moving into workforce management, we have 3 people working there, and that's really focusing on developing and maintaining the workforce and ensuring that they have the necessary tools to meet their jobs. You'll probably hear terms like supplemental job descriptions, making sure that they have their job description and their objectives identified, and then working on innovative, creative, and sustainable solutions to really move forward. So this group, in partnership with, again, Administrative Services, is working on the reclassifications of all of the positions across the state, in our specific area across across DHHS. And the employee relations and engagement, we have, again, 3 people working in there. Right now, we have the whole workforce is out. And so we have one person that resigned, so that one's vacant, another one that is out on medical leave. And the third one, actually, we do have a third tech that is working in there. So we're operating in 2/3 down in that group. And that group focuses on ADA management, as well as any type of employee relations question. So anytime someone calls up and has an issue with what's going on with their supervisor, or the supervisor's having challenges with their staff, they provide that support. Oh, sorry, I just heard an echo come back on me. And then moving to slide 4, we have our organizational development and training services. And if you look at your budget, there's a training line. In that training line budget, we have 5 people that work throughout the department to provide leadership training, mentorship training, and then also supervisor, hiring manager training. And then professional development opportunities, like you heard from Mike Lawless regarding EAP, supporting other divisions like that. Did you have something to add? No. Oh, sorry, EAP, Employee Assistance Program. So trying not to use my 3-letter acronyms or TLAs, so Nathan will keep me honest on those. And then in our final area within the Bureau, we have our talent acquisition. And then our talent acquisitions really focus on recruitment and retention. So you'll see throughout this presentation some of the efforts that we've taken to try to not only just recruit people effectively using best practice tools and partnerships with Administrative Services, but also retention practices to keep those people here.
So are you through with that intro? You ready for questions?
Sure.
Okay. It was the case 6-7 years ago that the DHHS relied on the state website for people to come in externally to find out what jobs are vacant and to begin the application process. And that system was horrible. And I know that it had been a goal of the commissioner of DOIT to upgrade that. What do you think our current status is in terms of having a state-of-the-art marketing to the public so that they can find out which jobs they may be interested and qualify for in a nice, clean, elegant way.
Certainly. So we partnered with Administrative Services on a statewide agreement for different marketing solutions like Indeed.com and LinkedIn.
I'm sorry, you said who? ADP
Oh,
dot,
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay, I've heard of them.
INDEED. And then LinkedIn as well as other solutions. It still remains that the majority of our applicants come through the state New Hampshire First postings. That's where people have shown up and were able to make their applications. However, we've had about another half again applicants coming in through Indeed.com, which has been a very successful solution of being able to recruit different staff. When it comes to the LinkedIn solution, we haven't had as much success there. There's a couple components to that. LinkedIn has multiple subscriptions that you can add on that can really advance that, and it's really focused, or we've seen it being really focused on some of those professional executive level type positions that we're not recruiting for. So we've seen most of our success in our New Hampshire First ERP system, or Enterprise Resource Planning system, and the Indeed.com subscription.
Okay, or should we be satisfied with the way that we're using IT to market and begin the first introduction to each other?
I think there's ongoing components of our roadmap where we're engaging our customers more effectively and trying to see how we can recruit more effectively through social media platforms as well. And so that's something that I would anticipate our growth area to be in the next couple of years.
Is the money for something like that in the HR budget or over somewhere in the IT budget?
It would be over in the IT budget. However, the component for the Indeed.com partnership with Administrative Services was submitted in our agency phase, but is not represented in the governor's phase budget. So it's about $102,000 that you would see that did not make it to the governor's budget.
So you're 102K light on Indeed.com upgrades? Is that what you just said?
Indeed.com subscriptions, Mr. Chair.
And so if we don't have that money, do you terminate the subscription and then we make it on something else?
Without those funds, we would be reverting back to the legacy solution of just relying on the state system, the state ERP system.
So I assume the governor's office looked carefully at the metrics around how Indeed is paying off for us and making this decision. Or do we need to relook that independently?
I can't speak for the governor's office. However, we did provide some of the metrics regarding
Do you want to say anything about that, Mr. White? Do you know the basis of the decision not to fund Indeed.com subscription?
No, I don't recall specific details around this particular item.
All right, thank you. Question, Stringham and then Priest.
Yeah, the question I have is around the hiring practices. I believe last biennium, since there was an overall limit to the number of employees that were authorized, despite the number of approved positions being higher, the practice was to not even begin promoting the availability of an approved position until you knew that, say, if the person came in, was eligible, qualified, and you wanted to hire them, they could be hired the next day. Was that still the practice, or are you now able to actively recruit, even though you may have to delay them coming in because of the ceiling of the number of employees? Thank you.
Sure. So just to provide a little bit of history here for other members. So in the current biennium, we have in the back of HB1, it's like page 700 or something, there's the back of the budget cut for HHS. And within that back of the budget cut, there's two components. One is a reduction of general funds, 23 million and change, but that reduction is allowed to be across the board, so not just limited to personnel. And there's also the second component, that is the 3,000 position cap that's for the current biennium. In the prior biennium, there was a personnel only in the amount, I think it was like $22.6 million personnel only, as well as the 3,000 position cap. Our in the current biennium with the back of the budget that had more flexibility, it hasn't impacted hiring in the same way that it did in the prior biennium. So in the prior biennium, coming out of that, I think in December of 2022, we were looking at about a 22% vacancy rate after being under that and hiring freeze during the pandemic. Currently, we're at 14.6.5 last I checked. So that's about 2,800 positions. So we haven't had any risk of yet bumping up to that 3,000 cap that currently expires June 30th of 2025.
So a follow-up would be, so are you able to promote the availability of every position that's authorized at this time that is vacant? Or do you still feel restricted in that?
So there's two factors right now that are different than the position we were in a month ago. The first being is that the governor has issued an executive order that puts a hiring freeze on non-direct care positions. And so there's that component that we need to balance here, and we need to make sure that, you know, when looking at statewide expenses, that's a serious consideration, and there's a process for that, and the governor's team is involved in that and overseeing it. The second component that we're currently sitting in that, you know, is very much on our mind, and we'll work with the committee through this, is currently our budget effective July 1 looks like it has about 394 positions that are unfunded. And so we're also, Dave and I don't know how many hours we've spent it on already. I mean, we've also been looking at this, trying to find an effective way to make sure that direct care is not impacted. And it's a bit of a balancing act because we are anticipating that we're not going to have the personnel funds come July 1 that we have in the current biennium.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several questions. The first one, again, going back to a question that was offered by Chairman Edwards. My understanding was it cost $102,000 for the Indeed subscription for the department.
Yep, that's what they said.
Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Sorry for the delay. The $102,000 is a projected cost of our costs associated with the statewide agreement partnership with Administrative Services. Indeed, specifically, is $72,404 of that.
Okay.
And then there was a projected cost increase of $9,808 that brings that up. And then we were planning to participate at a reduced level on the LinkedIn contract for the remainder amount.
Okay, thank you. The next question is regarding page 5 of your handout. Could you give us again the number of positions in each one of these 5 divisions, please?
Sure. So I have it here. My apologies for the wait. So under Lori Spring for workforce development, we have 3.
Okay,
Under Anne Dubois for employee relations and engagement, we have 3 as well.
okay,
Under organizational development and training services, we have 5. Under payroll and benefits, we have 10. And under talent acquisition, we have another 5. And then the remaining ones that you do not see on this screen are, we have 3 over in New Hampshire Hospital, managing their recruitment and retention and employee relations as a whole, not just one area, but they manage the hospital. And then we have 1 additional HR position over at Glencliff Home, managing the gamut of everything at Glencliff Home.
the last question is on page 1047 of the governor's budget on item 050 personnel services dash temp slash appointment or something. Could you explain to me why there's this variation of $3,000 between 2024 to 2025?
Just to be clear, you meant 1047 because they're.
1047.
We're not in that page.
Is that a different department?
It's a different department.
No, we're not. Okay, I'll come back to this. Okay.
Because I think they,
I thought we were all. in
HR is
integrity.
starting at 10:56.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to clarify something going back to that 102K. It sounded like about 20K has to do with the LinkedIn contract, which is a statewide initiative.
That is
Did I hear
correct.
that correctly?
That is correct.
So, and that wasn't funded by the governor. So it sounds to me like at least that portion is a much bigger item than just what we had before this committee, because you couldn't just pay your 20K and go get your LinkedIn. It has to be that the state continues with what it's doing as a whole and you would chip in for your share. Am I hearing that right?
That is a fair assumption. We are in partnership with Department of Administrative Services, and they basically work across all agencies, and our share of that is about 20,000. We are in negotiations telling and basically indicating to them when they're talking to LinkedIn, we're going to be pulling out because we don't see two things. One is it's not in our budget, and two, we weren't seeing the actual productivity of utilizing those funds in that area, in that direction. So those are ongoing discussions. Sometimes when you start pulling out from a vendor, they might reduce their costs. But that both the LinkedIn and the Indeed are part of a statewide agreement.
Go ahead.
So then what I said kind of applies to both, that if for whatever reason on the statewide level that money is just unavailable, then really HHS's portion of it isn't possible unless the state renegotiates that and has the funding for it.
If I understand your question, if the funding from the statewide perspective is removed from the budget, then all agencies' portions would also need to be removed.
Right. That was better said. That was what I was asking.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
The alternative, and just to clarify, so it's 102,000 in each state fiscal year. It's about 68% general funds of the total. I think two quick things. One is to Dave's point around assessing the services that we receive. We prepared these numbers back in August. Alternatively, if the Department of Administrative Services didn't move forward with that, that wouldn't necessarily prohibit the department from finding a solution towards recruitment. Just, and I'm thinking in terms of we need to make sure that we have nurses at New Hampshire Hospital because it's going to cost us twice as much to get contracted agency staff. Same thing at Glencliff, same thing at the Youth Development Center, where we've had to rely on contracted staff, and then it creates pay inequities between the employees that actually work there. So there's a number of sort of downstream effects, and I wouldn't necessarily say that because they didn't move forward. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I'm saying that if they didn't move forward, I think strategically we would still want to think about what are the downstream impacts to the individuals that we serve in our general operations.
So I'm going to go to you, Representative Daniels, just a second, but a follow-up to your comment there, that's an outstanding point you're making. It costs us boatloads to do per diems, contract nurses and the like. And so as you come back, because I'd like some more information around the impact of this missing 102,000, I'd like to understand what your experience has been with using these tools to recruit RNs. Because with RNs, I think that's more of a national search, because I feel like we've fished New Hampshire out and we need to be bringing people in. That's my assumption of our workforce with nurses.
What's up?
Yeah, you're off.
I switched it. Sorry. We certainly can go back and get that information for you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to Representative Daniels, but I'm going to close by asking you what other critical IT systems are needed for HR. But go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please state to what specific classifications the 3,000 cap applies?
So the 3,000 cap, it was for full-time authorized positions. So that includes your classified employees and your unclassified employees. Those employees, their salaries are represented in class 12, the unclassified, and class 10 for the permanent full-time authorized employees. And that cap was applied to those specific positions, which are roughly 2,800 filled last I checked.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nalbanco.
Yeah, thank you for taking the question. I have a couple of quick questions. Does HR have a probationary policy with regard to new hires? And if so, what's the length of that probationary period, and roughly at any given time, average number of people on probation?
So yes, there is a probationary period for classified employees, and I'm gonna look to Jonna really quick. I believe is it 6 months or 12? 12. It's initially 12 months for the first hire of that classified employee. So
That's a long time.
Yeah, that's a long time.
And just to clarify, that's not a Department of Health and Human Services rule. That's a collective state rule that applies to all state employees as far as that year to become certified.
Okay, so it applies to the HR section of DHHS uses that.
We comply with the Division of Personnel rules that are issued by the Department of Administrative Services Division of Personnel.
And okay, and so the probationary period is for cause or for any reason, somebody on a probationary period could be let go? Is it an at-will situation?
I can take that back and get the exact answer, but it is similar to an at-will, but there are other components of the collective bargaining agreement that we would have to follow. So it's not as straightforward as
Okay, well,
That's
thanks for
goodbye.
the answer. One other additional question. In the organizational development and training services area, is that in-house, or does that involve a mix of in-house training and contract saving? And if it's involving contractors, is some of that money in a different area?
There is a line item in your budget. So under 066 on the page 1056 of the
Yep, I
of the
see that.
budget, there's $273,000 in there, and that's for materials as well as supplies and if needed contractors. But we do have the organizational development team does the majority of the curriculum building and the training of those work, but they leverage those funds to subscribe to solutions for like leadership type training materials, similar to like if you've heard of DISC training, where you get a specific focused group and you organize people together to understand their learning process and how they learn, so that you can bring people together more effectively. I'm not doing it justice, but it is all in-house work.
So just as a quick follow-up, that wouldn't encompass like something like peer groups that we heard in the EAP program?
No, it wouldn't encompass peer groups. It's really that budget there is focused on materials and supplies and subscriptions to tools and materials. But if there's peer group training, there is training throughout the department for specific functions like child support and child welfare and EAP, where they would have their own budget for those training. Information services has a training budget for project management, for example.
And also, would it be, a burden to possibly have a look at some of the training materials if,
Yeah, we certainly should be able to send you links to it as well as documents.
yeah, a link
if you-
would be
if you
fine.
want them.
You might want to be more clear on which training material you're looking for.
Well, the
because
organizational
They
development,
probably have a tremendous range of trainings in this area.
That may be good because, for example, like we have trainings on how to read a statement of appropriations. It's certainly not the most exciting of trainings. I'm more than willing to share it, but Is there a specific?
Okay, so ancient corporate experience, we used to have at a management level sensitivity training. Is that an area that we still?
So to get to the nub of that, this is another probe around DEI. Have we screened these materials to make sure that those classic components of DEI training are not part of our training program?
We have screened to make sure that there isn't DEI specifics. However, we have like code of conduct and ethics training so that people manage privacy of materials.
Sure, but we're not training people that they're inherently inferior if they're a particular race or gender.
Not that I know of, but I will validate that statement.
And that sort of thing, you know, so.
And then
Was that really?
Yeah, thanks for the
Sure.
more direct
That's all right.
point.
I think the subject's been broached. We can probably just talk about it directly. Do you have any other? Okay. So as I'm looking at the numbers, as you went around the 5 elements, I think I counted 30 FTEs, but when I go look at the governor's recommended, I'm seeing 32, up 1 from 31. And I'm just wondering if, as you went around the wheel telling us how many you had in each block, if we missed 2.
I believe what's missing is the director and deputy director position from that total count.
Okay, that would explain it. And then, what other critical IT systems are there? I don't need the ash and trash like Microsoft, but are there some key components of the HR department that rely on a specific IT system?
I would say there's 3 key ones. So the first one is New Hampshire First, which is migrating to Cloud Suite, which is the statewide enterprise resource planning tool managed and operated by Administrative Services.
Yeah.
And so that one is where we do all of our transactions for every area. Then we also funded in BIS the learning management system that you heard about earlier.
Okay, so this is where the core of the LMS expense is for the entire department?
The LMS expense is actually in the Bureau of Information Services budget,
Okay.
but this team manages the LMS.
Okay.
So HR is responsible for managing the system,
Good.
and it utilizes hundreds of different training components that we do screen and validate the content that is in there and allow for anyone in the workforce to utilize, including annual compliance for policies and procedures and standard components like sexual harassment training, ethics
Right.
training.
What else?
And then the third one is essentially a combination of 2 things. The Enterprise Business Intelligence platform is where we manage all of our data. We actually get an extract from the Cloud Suite solution, the ERP solution, into that. And then we have an Access database, which is our HR or Human Resources Headcount database. So that combined with EBI, we use that for our data analytics for understanding our vacancy rates, understanding our turnover rates, and managing our statistics.
That sounds like a good application.
It's definitely helpful.
Okay.
Of course, you heard about the other one, which was our recruitment platform of leveraging Indeed as well as the state website.
Right. Okay, and then standard questions. What is your vacancy rate and how long does it take to train up a new person?
So we currently have, we have 8 full-time vacants and 2 part-time vacants right now out of the staff. So that's rough math, about 30%, a little over.
And what is the organizational impact? What are you guys not doing that's critical as a result of being down?
I would just say that we are keeping up, but barely. So the areas that are having some challenges in terms of response time is employee relations. ADA requests are taking longer because we're down 2/3 of that workforce. We are able to maintain payroll and benefits. However, we're delayed on workforce management in terms of being able to ensure that we have enough resources to support that. And then over in our organizational development and training, we are short a number of staff there, including the administrator, which is reducing our ability to perform training solutions across the department. Those trainings are critical for managing to creating better leadership, better supervisory skills so that we can actually retain our staff.
Right.
And so that's really the impact.
And currently there are 6 positions that were unfunded in this budget, and you'll see that reduction in class 10 and 60.
Did you have a question, Representative Wallner? I saw a hand gesture over there. No? Okay. Do you need it?
There's 6 positions that are unfunded or included in the 10 vacancies?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions from the members? Okay, again, I made you hopscotch all over your presentation. Is there anything critical that we need to know from a resource allocation perspective that we've not mentioned?
I think we covered it. I mean, there's statistics in there that you can peruse at your own time, but we covered all the information for the HR. Thank you.
Okay, again, my theory on this is that we tried to spend time before the budget arrived dealing with what does a department do and how it does it. And now we're really trying to focus on what kind of resources and performance metrics are there to for us to know how we're doing. So that's sort of why I'm sabotaging the presentations and getting straight to the point on resource allocation. So thank you for your patience. You did very well for somebody who's not steeped in HR. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Okay. Next up, Division of Program Quality and Integrity, and if you can get us oriented between the 3 documents.
Sure. So it should just be the next presentation in order in front of you. And there's 2 accounting units that are associated with this division, and they're in 2 different locations, which is not the easiest thing, but we'll work through it. So the first in the governor's operating budget is on page 1046, and this is accounting unit 7935. The second accounting unit, if you turn a few pages forward, is on page 1061, again 1061, and it's accounting unit 6637. And if you open up the budget briefing book, it will be on page, hang on a sec. I think I missed it. No. Page 14? Thank you.
It's 147935.
Yes.
And then there's another one, another page for 6637.
I'll find it. Go ahead.
Okay. So we'll get started while Nathan is looking for the second page of the budget briefing book. Good morning. My name is Meredith Tellus. I'm the director of our Division of Program Quality and Integrity for the department. And I'm going to go through our presentation. I'm not going to read you all of the slides, but I'll be giving you kind of an overview and orientation to the information on each of the slides, knowing that those are sort of reference materials you can go back to. So starting on slide 2 of the presentation, our role as a division is to provide support to department programs to measure and achieve quality and maintain integrity in their day-to-day work. So we are a support division is really one of the most important components of our division. We exist in order to support all of the other divisions and the programs and functions that they are doing in order to directly impact the people of New Hampshire. That's really our role in the department. And the way in which we do that is described in detail on slides 3 and 4. So moving to slide 3.
Can I ask you a question there?
Yep, go ahead,
I-
please.
Okay, so in the Division of Finance, they also have an audit function. Do you perform different types of audits? Or how do we maintain a distinction?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Sure. So when I say audit, it's different from the audit function that Meredith's going to talk about. What we do for audit is we work with the various auditors. It might be the LBA, it might be a federal audit, it might be the single audit. The team works closely with the auditors to prepare, and Meredith's team to prepare the documents for their requests and work with them on any potential findings or recommendations.
So I will describe it, but we do audits in my division. We also work as a liaison when we get audits. So when there's an external entity doing a review of the department, my team would work as a liaison to make sure that the documentation that's being given to the auditors is the right kind of documentation that they're requesting. We kind of think of ourselves as people who speak audit. So when an auditor comes and says, I need something from you, we're going to look at the documentation and say, yeah, this is what they're asking for. Or no, you haven't gotten what they're asking for, actually. Yeah. And then when we get reports, we'll actually go through the report with the auditee being probably Nathan's team, and say, all right, how are you going to respond to these findings? How are you going to mitigate these findings?
So,
Yep.
Okay, and so implied in that is if you have previous audits and you've got findings and you have open findings, you're the one actively managing the closure of a finding.
That's right.
All right.
That's exactly right. Slide 3. One of our primary functions is data management and analysis. So we manage data sets and we work with others across the department and external stakeholders to ensure that our data as a department is clean, clear, actionable, and correctly interpreted by those who are using it to make decisions. For example, we manage the MQIS, Medicaid Quality Information System, which reports on hundreds of Medicaid quality metrics. We also work on Medicaid waivers, the evaluations of those. We work on behavioral health and SUD data, we help develop performance metrics for any kind of individual program, but a lot of our focus areas are Medicaid, behavioral health, and SUD. We also design methods for vendor and contract management, both programmatic and financial. And we also develop audits and reviews for our contractors and vendors that are both programmatic and financial. And in some cases, we do those reviews ourselves. And in other instances, we're just helping to develop the tools and the platform and then working with program areas so that they can go and do those kinds of reviews themselves. Slide 4. We conduct a number of activities for the purpose of federal compliance. That includes internal audits or reviews that we're required to do per federal regulation, such as the Medicaid eligibility quality control audit, child care reviews, what's called our quality assurance reviews, and our special investigations unit. I'll go into more detail on what they do when I get to the descriptions of our individual bureau activities, but those are just some examples.
I want to develop the mental picture in my head around what a compliance methodology would be for federal and state laws, regulations, and guidance. I'm assuming some kind of thing that looks like an Excel spreadsheet with 10,000 line items on it that you have to comply with 10,000 requirements, and you've got a source of why it's a requirement, and you've got some sort of inspection date where you verified it and whether or not we're in compliance or we got a problem. Is it that mechanical, or is it more elegant?
It's by program area. So for example, for Medicaid, we work on the PERM audit, which is the payment error rate methodology audit. So we have auditors that come into the state and they're looking at both eligibility and claims one by one. They have a sampling methodology that they use, and then we're working with them on the outcome of that in order to make sure that we're in compliance for each
Okay.
of their findings. For the MEQC, that's an audit that we do ourselves. That's Medicaid eligibility quality, and for that, it is similar and for childcare and for it depends on the review that we're doing. But yes, there are Excel spreadsheets involved where we take samples of individual cases and payments. We go through and we say what was done correctly, what was not done correctly, and then we have to feed the information back to the program area to say, here's where you need to make adjustments. It may or may not be a report that we then have to report to the feds. So we'd take our Excel spreadsheet, package it into a report and tell the feds this is what we found. But in any instance, we would go back to the program area and say, this is what we found, and here are the changes you need to make to be in compliance.
Would you ever, or have you ever, taken a look at the state compliance requirements and gone to the legislature to ask for relief of compliance measures that don't really add value?
We would do that as part of an internal audit. I mean, I think on a case-by-case basis, program areas do that on a regular basis because program areas are constantly looking at what they're doing
Right.
and whether or not they have the resources to comply with their requirements.
Right, because
And
I
they
think we have an appetite to get get less compliant facing requirements to you and to liberate the department, increase flexibility as long as it isn't violating, patient privacy or, so you're the one that's buried deep in that mud. And if you ever see things that we're doing that just doesn't really add value, would you please bring them forward?
We certainly would. And like I said, I think program areas do that on their own as well. The legislation that we bring forward every year is intended to improve our capabilities there. I'll also say, our LBA audits make recommendations and we look at those sometimes for changes to legislation, and we look to those and would find sponsors and bring things forward where we think it's appropriate.
Super. Who has a question over here? Representative?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. So on page 3, it refers to quality Medicaid data. So, excuse me if I'm kind of naive on the whole issue of, data. So you're relying on the accuracy of a Medicaid database, or, and to the extent that there are maybe problems with that, what kind of problems does that pose at the state level?
So we're relying on a couple different areas. We have our Medicaid encounter data that comes directly from our managed care organizations. That's our encounter. Our claims data is used to build out our Medicaid quality metrics. And I may call on Susan Drown, our bureau chief for the Bureau of Program Quality, to see if she has anything to add. Do you want to add to this question?
Just repeat her answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Good morning, Susan Drown.
You have that? You have to put that in the record.
D is in Delta, ROWN. I'm the director of the Bureau of Program Quality. So the Medicaid data that's coming in, just to be clear on what that's referencing, is to the managed care organization data that gets submitted, and then it gets filtered into the Medicaid quality information system that's public facing.
So is there a question on the accuracy of the data?
Yes.
Could you get the mic really close to your mouth?
Sure, absolutely. So we have quality control and quality assurance. When the data comes in, we look at it, but also the managed care organizations are also authorized to do their own and required to do their own data validation. Much of that data gets submitted to CMS every year. So they have an independent company that comes in, the managed care organizations do, to ensure the reliability of their data.
Yep. So it's a great question. I will say that when we first started our managed care program, there was an issue with, I think, one particular vendor's accuracy of their encounter data. And it took a few years to work that out. But we have a very, very diligent individual who worked with them for that period of time. And And at this point, we are confident in the accuracy of that data. We also do have a what's referred to as an EQRO, an external quality review organization.
yes.
An EQRO, which is a federally required review process that looks at that data for accuracy. And they're a vendor of ours, not of the managed care organizations.
Okay, thanks for the response.
Sure.
As long as we're on all that data stuff, I assume that by and large, your department dabbles in the IT systems that are functionally aligned, or do you have a particular IT system that you rely on?
We have many IT systems that we rely on, and many places that the data is held.
They primarily belong functionally to other parts of the organization, or are you the owner of any IT systems?
I would say that it's a bit shared ownership, but I would say that we might be the owner of a couple different IT systems. I'm thinking of Phoenix and WITS. Would you call us the IT owners of those systems? Okay, but like us as opposed to, it belongs to behavioral health. Okay, so we are the data managers of these systems, but they're owned by the program areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's definitely the case with MMIS, which is where we do a lot of our work, but that's of course owned by Medicaid.
Got it.
Yeah.
So just so we have some time context, I think we're on track to end by noon, right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, that's 21 minutes.
Absolutely. Slide, I think we can skip to slide 5, which is a very high level overview of the 3 functions within the division: our Office of Internal Audit, Bureau of Program Quality, and Bureau of Program Integrity. And slide 6 just lists out some key accomplishments of each of the sections over the last biennium.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many staff do you have in each of these 4 divisions on page 5?
My position is the director position at the top.
Do you have a deputy?
I do not.
Okay,
And then in Office of Internal Audit, I have 2 individuals.
okay.
In the Bureau of Program Quality, I have 33. Does that include the unclassifieds? That doesn't include part-time. That's full-time.
That's full-time.
Yeah.
Do you have a number of part-time?
We have 2, one in the Bureau of Program Quality.
Okay,
And in the Bureau of Program Integrity, we have 71 full-time positions and 9 part-time.
how many vacancies do you have currently?
I don't think I can answer that.
We would have to get that information.
Yeah, I'd
There
have to
are
get that
6
information.
unfunded positions.
6 unfunded, okay.
Yes.
3 in the Bureau of Program Integrity and 3 in the Bureau of Program Quality. Unfunded.
So without telling us a vacancy number because you don't have it, is your program operation being significantly negatively impacted by a vacancy?
By the unfunding,
No, not the unfunded, but just by your operational vacancy today.
we will be if we can't fill those positions. The 3 in the Bureau of Program Quality are vacant partly because we were sort of remodeling a particular section, which we need in order to be able to move forward with our data analytics and reporting. And because there are some internal moves with that, if I'm not going to be able to fill those positions, then I'm going to end up, for example, having an individual who needs to do 2 jobs. And that's going to be problematic for performance.
What kind of position is that in general? Is that a mid-level position, or is that somebody with steep subject matter expertise?
This is someone with deep subject matter expertise who has moved into a mid-level manager position. And so now I'm not going to be able to backfill her position.
All right, Representative Daniels?
Yes, and how long have those positions been vacant?
Well, this one is very recent. This person just moved. These positions were created from positions that we had. We used our existing positions and made a new org structure in order to be able to move forward. So the positions were created within the last 6 months or however long it took to create these positions.
So I do have some vacancy data. It's about a month old. This moves every day. But the Bureau of Program Integrity was at about 8.8%. Bureau of Program Quality was at about 11.4% vacancy as of about a month ago.
Okay.
Which is lower than the department's overall average, just to be clear, as well as the state's.
Okay. Any other, Representative Priest?
No.
Welcome back. You have any questions?
I apologize. Apparently in Ledge Edmond, they run schedule like the Senate does
Yeah.
and squeeze it all in. So I apologize. Thank you.
All right, you can continue.
Slide 6. I'll just provide a few highlights off of this page. We migrated to a new 5-year MCO contract, which included reviewing and revising the quality reporting measures and writing a new updated quality strategy for the managed care program. We established standardized contract assessment tools for each phase of the contract lifecycle. We closed out 4 LBA audits in Transparent New Hampshire, and we reduced the entire backlog of claims and investigations for beneficiary fraud and overpayments to below 10%. We also reduced the number of single audit findings from about 23 back in like pre-2020 days to just 5 in the most recent audit. And working with our Bureau of Family Assistance, we helped them to reduce our SNAP error rate, Supplemental Nutritious Access Program error rate, to just over 8%, which is below the national average. Slide 7. This slide just details some of the functions of our Office of Internal Audit. They conduct quality assurance reviews, which are reviews looking for areas of risk and making recommendations to reduce risk and improve operational efficiencies. They investigate potential fraudulent or unethical behavior. They ensure compliance with Transparent New Hampshire, and they act as a liaison for LBA audits. So they will track those and make sure that we're responsive during the audit and that we follow up on any findings. And slide 8.
So investigating potentially fraudulent or unethical behavior. Do you have any metrics that you can share with us to tell us the results of these kind of investigations? Or are we, how clean are we as a, and these are internal?
These are internal.
To the department.
That's right.
It's not to our vendors.
Correct.
Okay.
These are internal to the department. I can tell you that there are not many investigations every year. There are very few. And that the general finding is that there was what I will characterize as poor judgment rather than fraudulent behavior.
All right. Good to know.
Slide 8. The Bureau of Program Integrity consists of 6 individual units and a supporting administrative section. Each unit there has a unique function, but they're all aligned in that they provide oversight and guidance to our program areas to ensure operational and financial compliance, or to reduce fraud, or to minimize waste. So we do this by working with our program areas, working with our external stakeholders, and working with our federal partners. And the Special Investigations Unit establishes claims for overpayments, and they investigate potential beneficiary or member fraud. Our Program Integrity Unit works with our MCOs to the managed care organizations to analyze claims for potential fraud, waste, and abuse and recover overpayments. Our Medicaid Provider Enrollment Unit conducts site visits, and they do background checks and screenings for provider owners and managing directors to ensure integrity of the Medicaid program. Our Third-Party Liability Unit also works very closely with our managed care organizations to ensure Medicaid's the payer of last resort. Our Quality Assurance Unit conducts reviews of SNAP eligibility determinations for accuracy. And our financial compliance unit completes financial analysis, including audits or reviews of our providers, and then works with program areas to strengthen our response to federal audits. And then we have an administrative support unit, and they take payment on recoveries, and they assist with all areas of data analysis for that bureau.
So I'm interested in all of these, but the top two kind of jump out at me, special investigations and Medicaid program integrity. I think other states periodically report, massive findings of fraud. And I just wonder where you think New Hampshire stacks in terms of what we would perceive to be our vulnerability to fraud.
I know that we punch above our weight in terms of recoveries and investigations in that we don't do, we find potential fraud, and then we make the referral to the Department of Justice Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit in every state is responsible for actually investigating and pursuing fraud. In New Hampshire, they have, I think they are less funded compared to the scale of the Medicaid program, but in the last 3 or 4 years, they have had a number of criminal convictions and also civil penalties and recoveries. And I'm going to look at Francesca Hennessy to make sure, see if she has anything to add.
You have a seat at the end and turn the mic on red.
Good morning. My name's Francesca Hennessy. I work under Meredith Toulouse. I'm the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Administrator. So Program Integrity, which is our Medicaid provider fraud unit, falls under me, which I think is what you were asking about. And yes, there is fraud that we've identified, mostly in certain areas. We investigate it, we refer it to the Attorney General's office, which Meredith referenced, and they've had a number of large recoveries.
Okay, so a question that's not an official answer, but what is in your gut? What sort of percentage of our Medicaid spend do you think may be going out in probable fraudulent manners?
Honestly, I don't feel comfortable giving a percentage. However, I can give you some solid information. We have around 50 cases at the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit right now that they're investigating. And that's cases that we manage that were coming from the MCOs that we've investigated from our fee-for-service program. So cases that weren't paid through our MCOs. So that's 50 providers. I mean, we have over 30,000 providers in the whole Medicaid program. So it's not a huge number, but the amount of recoveries that we will recover from our closed cases show that there are large recoveries when fraud does happen. I don't know if that helps at all.
There are many, if I can just add some context, there are many, many more instances of what we would refer to as waste or abuse overpayments. And that's where a lot of the money is. So this is an instance of poor billing practices at a provider. We identify that, we stop it from happening, and we recover the money. And that is in the millions.
Mr. White, could you remind me what the total spend on Medicaid is for a year? It's a bunch of money.
It depends how you count it. But in the Medicaid budget, if I recall correctly, for the biennium, it was 2.7 billion, just shy of 2.7 billion dollars in the governor's operating budget.
So Meredith, you're speaking in terms of millions, which makes it imply that it's a relatively small percentage. It's 5% maybe or less. Are you kind of comfortable with that characterization?
Yes.
Okay. You're doing God's work. Thank you.
Thank you. The staff really is. They're very enthusiastic. We have a very enthusiastic staff who investigates both on the member side and the provider side.
So you guys enjoy busting people. Good.
Well, they enjoy ensuring the integrity of the program and that money's going where it's supposed to go.
Thank you so much for your service. All right.
Slide 9 is just a graphic representation that we created so that you would.
Chairman?
Oh.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions on it. graph on BPI recovery of overpayments. Two questions there. So you identify overpayments, and this is what you recover. Is this, so what percentage of does this represent of overpayments? How much is unrecovered?
In some instances, the MCOs may choose to figure out how much they're going to be able to recover from a provider. This is from, sorry, let me clarify. This is what we, the Bureau of Program Integrity, would recover from any source. So this is Medicaid, SNAP, general fund, any kind of beneficiary or provider overpayment that we would receive. This is not necessarily fraud, which is recovered by the DOJ. And this does not represent what's recovered by our managed care organizations. Our managed care organizations keep what they recover. And then when we develop our managed care rates, we have reduced the rate that they're going to get by the amount that they have recovered. So if they negotiate some kind of payment plan with a provider, we are still looking at the total amount of overpayment, and we are reducing that from our rate.
Okay, and then the second, a follow-up question, if you don't mind. Question is, okay, so that's where part of the recovery goes. Is there recovery money in any line item here? Where does recovery money that comes back to DHS show up?
It's either unrestricted revenue or it goes back to the federal government.
And just to tack onto that, so the money that is recovered, 100% does not go back to the state. So there are portions that may go to the federal government, they may go to counties as well. We provided a presentation, and I can share it with the committee, to House Ways and Means, that kind of details the types of recoveries that DHHS engages in and the total amounts by type each year.
So that shows up in a line item someplace.
It's unrestricted revenue, so it goes back to the general coffers of the state. It's not, it doesn't get designated as a revenue source in like a specific accounting unit here, to the best of my knowledge, and I can verify
No.
that.
So it's
Yeah,
not,
it's not in our budget.
So it's not budgeted for.
Correct.
When it happens, it winds up in the
It,
general fund, but it's not in the budget.
it is in the budget. So when House Ways and Means comes up with their projections and their revenue sources, the 3.1 million that we have budgeted in 26 and 27 will be budgeted in that amount. So when the LBA develops their surplus statement, those other recoveries will be addressed there, because sometimes Ways and Means will make adjustments to the amount. So in the prior biennium, we had initially budgeted 2 million, that was increased to 3 million. During that process, and then that shows up as available revenue that would be reflected in the surplus statement as a benefit to the entire state.
But yeah, to clarify, it's the state. It shows up in the state budget. It doesn't show up in the DHHS budget.
Right. Thank you for the response.
Okay, so two questions in this regard. I think I heard you say that our AG may be relative to other states a little understaffed in this area. Do we have a situation, you think, where you guys are so good you're creating a backlog at the AG and the AG can't work through the workload that you're handing them?
I wouldn't want to speak for the AG's office. I'm, we can certainly have that conversation with them and bring you information.
Well, I don't get to talk to the AG. But if you're thinking that there's a problem there, I can talk to the division that handles it and have them pay attention to it as they're doing their budget presentation.
From our perspective, I don't think that we feel like we're experiencing a backlog.
Yeah.
But they do have 50 cases between, how many people do you think work there? Three people? 3 attorneys?
Yeah, I don't know how many attorneys they would need, but, okay, so have you ever calculated kind of a return on investment to where if we hired an incremental person to pursue fraud, that we would expect X dollars back?
No.
Do you think that's a possible math problem?
when we do these reviews, we're not doing it necessarily for volume of dollars. We're doing it for the behavior. We're trying to stem any fraudulent behavior.
Right.
So it could be, I mean, many of these cases are things like home health or non-emergency medical transportation. These are not necessarily high dollar services. You know, these aren't services that we're paying lots and lots of money to an individual for. But if someone is defrauding the Medicaid program, we need to find the behavior and stop the behavior.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
J-
Mr. White.
just to follow your question, Representative Edwards. Later today, Melissa St. Cyr, who is representative of she's chief legal officer, she will be talking about the Medicaid Estate Recoveries Unit, which falls within her team. We have looked at that, and there are estate recoveries that are available that we are not collecting, and we have looked at the numbers of staff that would be needed. We can certainly talk about that later when Melissa's here, because there is revenue that's available that would fall into that sort of unrestricted revenue category if it were generated. But currently, that team doesn't have the staff to capture everything.
Good. Looking forward to it. Was there a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 042, additional fringe benefits. I know this
What
is,
page are we on? I'm sorry.
we're on page 1046,
1046.
at the bottom of the page.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'm just curious why there was funding for both 2024 and that there's just zero for the remaining 26 and 27.
So the additional fringe benefits have been centralized in AU 9500. What we found was it was fairly administratively burdensome, the way that it was set up in the system today. So we tried to centralize that to make things a little bit more efficient, to maximize our operating capacity, frankly.
Okay, thank you so much.
So, Ms. Tellis, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I don't want it to go unnoticed just how much work and information is in the budget briefing book related to your bureau. On page 16 of that book, I see state mandates, I see federal mandates. Are those the primary places for which fraud is detected and violations would occur?
Yes, I would say those are not all just related to fraud. They also might be related to our third-party liability requirements, for example. I'm not sure what that one is. Yeah. Or the general integrity of the Medicaid program, which also includes the requirements behind provider enrollment, which is intended to prevent fraud from occurring. So that's the site visits and screenings of providers. Thank you for the question.
All right, it's noon. I don't want to pressure you because this is all good work. How much time do you need to feel like you can wrap up completely?
Do we want to aim for 5 minutes?
All right, you got 5 minutes.
Okay.
You got 6.
Okay. So slide 10 is just a list of federal audits and reviews that took place during 2024 that we helped to facilitate. Slide 11, the Bureau of Program Quality. Bureau of Program Quality consists of 5 unique work units that partner with DHHS programs to provide data-driven support and evaluation for program development, program quality, and performance improvement. And those functional work units are data analytics and reporting, which is what it sounds like, the Medicaid Quality Program, which manages the quality strategy federally required by CMS, quality strategy for our managed care program. Substance misuse planning and evaluation, which does that kind of program development and program evaluation just specific to substance use disorder services. Our health services assessment unit which creates and administers really, really rigorous reviews of providers for quality and compliance. And we do that again on behalf of program areas, or we work with program areas to develop a review tool that they can use on their own. And our contracts quality management unit, which creates all of the tools for contract management to be used by program areas. And actually, we work really closely with a lot of those program areas to give like technical assistance on how to use those tools. Slide 13 really just offers more detailed description of some of the work of the Bureau of Program Quality, just to provide some examples.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, excuse me.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. On page 11, I just, a kind of a curiosity question. What is a sentinel event?
I was just going to describe it. Your timing is perfect. So a sentinel event is a particular
There it is.
type of event,
Oh, sorry.
very well defined in our policy. It really falls into very particular categories of some kind of critical event that takes place with one of our beneficiaries. The providers serving that beneficiary are required to report the event to us, to the program area, and the program area will do their own review. Our role as a division then is to host a Sentinel event review where we take the information, we work with the external stakeholders, and we're doing a quality assurance review to try to get to the root cause of the event.
So simply, is it true that a sentinel event then is an individual case of a patient that seems to be exorbitant in terms of the costs? So we're looking at the care and the costs.
Not related to the cost necessarily. No, something happened. A person, for example, died or was critically injured.
Yeah.
That is something a provider would be required to report to. Certain providers would be required to report to us, and we would then work with them. There is a case that's required to be reported. The program area will manage the case and the response to the case. What we do is, for example, particularly if we see trends like more than one instance happens with a certain provider type or a certain case type, we will call together the program area, external stakeholders, the providers, and we will say what is happening here that might be that caused this one event or this series of events, so that we can prevent it from happening.
Do you also have the ability with the intelligence system or whatever systems you're using to identify, say, the top 50 most expensive individual patients that we have so that we can do an appropriate case management review? Or is that all ad hoc and random how we find out about those?
So separating out the cost, there is actually now CMS requirements to develop a system that can do exactly what you are referring to. So where we're combining multiple reporting systems so that we can see, is something happening to people multiple times, and trend with different providers and different types of people in different cases. So that is a system that we are actually currently working on.
Do we have any existing capability that helps us do that? I mean, I hear you that you're going to develop it, but I'm just curious what we've been doing the last couple of years.
We do have capabilities in our MMIS system, for example, to look at certain things. What we're looking at is trying to pull multiple systems together so that we can have a full picture of cases, and that's the work that's being done now, both in our EBI system and with our Bureau of Adult and Aging Services as well, for the incidents that are reported to them.
Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for all the work that you do. It's excellent. Thank you. Do you have any cost-effective measures that you have used to show the outside world, us, how much cost savings you have done for the state? Like how much millions of dollars you have saved the state because you've gone back to assure that there was adequacy of services and not fraud going on.
So the graphic on slide 6, no, slide 9 represents overpayments that we've recovered. For example, that doesn't include fraud, so I could get separate numbers for fraud.
Okay.
It also doesn't include the waste and abuse captured by the MCOs, which would be a separate number from that. And for example, in third-party liability, there is an amount related to cost savings. These are cost savings, right? So that what we call cost avoid. When Medicaid is the payer of last resort, another insurer has already paid the bill. When we have properly functioning TPL systems, third-party liability systems, we aren't getting the bill because somebody else has already paid it. We can't capture that data. That's in the millions and millions of dollars, but someone else has received the claim, so I don't have the claim to tell you how much it's worth.
But in the big picture, isn't it the case that what you're trying to do is really control or improve and modify behaviors? And if you're successful in that, then the opportunity to collect is actually reduced. And so you've got kind of an ironic situation in that if our goal is to increase collections, it's almost like you have to let the behavior run wild so you can catch more.
That's correct. Yeah. So our first goal is what we
Right,
refer to as internal controls. So we are always looking to improve our internal controls, our systems of internal control, which is policies and procedures, documentation, training, communication. It's the really fundamental core of management so that things are working right in the first place.
Beautiful.
Yes, I understand that, and I appreciate all of this. Again, thank you. If you could get us those other numbers, because that kind of helps to justify,
Yeah.
why this is so important.
We can certainly get that for
Thank you.
Okay, did you have a couple closing statements?
Slide 14, just to explain what you're looking at there. It's a graphic no, not 14, sorry, 13. It's just a graphic representation of our quality strategy. So the Medicaid quality priorities are up at the top for our managed care program, and what we refer to as our quality levers are on the left-hand side here. These are different levers of incentives that we use, financial incentives to the managed care plans, to try to incent them to produce quality performance in each of these different areas. Just to explain what
Could
that
I
is.
suggest you work with Mr. Williams to add this to HHS oversight, and you can come tell oversight more about this, because I think this just suggests a lot of really good information.
I will have that conversation with him, yes.
All right,
Yep.
thank you. Anything else?
No, I think as we mentioned, our budget is almost entirely personnel. We have 3 unfunded positions in each of the 2 bureaus, and that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. If you want to tell us more later or send us stuff, I'd be happy to see it.
Great.
Are there any final questions from the committee? No? Okay, so I think we're ready to recess for lunch. I think it's 12:10. I think we can still try to get back at 1. We're going to talk to legal, I guess that's BIS, Business Information Systems, facilities, and everyone's favorite topic, health equity. So, all right, so with that, we're at recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. I learned more. I learned more. 1-minute warning. If you're out in the hall, come on in. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We're gonna bring Division 3 out of recess. And we've got 4 presentations to this afternoon. I'm thinking that we can probably complete this in 2 hours is my initial goal. All right, and with that, introduce yourself and let's go.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Melissa St. Cyr. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services.
And Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. In your presentation book there, the next presentation should be the Office of Legal and Regulatory Services. The PowerPoint should be there. This area has a few more accounting units than some of the other areas. So I think a good starting point would be to turn to, in the governor's operating budget, to turn to page 1048 to start. This area does cover through pages 1054, I believe. So all of those accounting units within that page range would be included in this presentation. And in the DHHS briefing book, this begins on page. Apologies.
Yeah, it's more towards the end. There it is. 17.
On page 17 is where this section will begin. So with that, I will hand it over to Melissa.
Hello, good afternoon again. So we'll start with the Bureau of Licensing and Certification. The Bureau of Licensing and Certification has 2 components: child care licensing and health facilities licensing. So child care licensing licenses and inspects and ensures safety and health regulations are followed for child care facilities. That includes daycare centers, residential programs, as well as youth recreation camps that occur during the summer. So we do those regulations, and they get annual inspections and licensing application processes, as well as we address the criminal background checks for all childcare workers that work in childcare facilities. We're responsible for completing their criminal background checks. And then healthcare facilities and certification, there are a couple of different components. Licensing for the state of New Hampshire. So we license, we inspect, we ensure that they apply and that they are operating with a license for all healthcare facilities. And there's a myriad of healthcare facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, residential care facilities like assisted livings. We also do adult daycare centers, ambulatory surgical centers, dialysis centers. I mean, the list really goes on and on. That if they receive a federal funding as well, so there are some that just are licensed and just perform services within the state and don't receive any federal funding. You'll see a lot of our assisted livings are like that, where they just receive either state funding or they receive or they're paid privately basically to live there. Those will only get a state license. Those that receive federal funding will also get what's called a certification, and that team is also within the department, within that unit. And they are basically take direction from CMS, from the regional office of CMS, to perform certification requirements to ensure federal regulations are met as well. And then additional certification also occurs for our community residences. So those community residences perform services and care for individuals with developmental disabilities. They're generally like home-like environments where people live. So they're certified to receive state funding through our Bureau of Developmental Disabilities. And then they also receive a license if they're a larger facility. So 4 or more individuals who live in a facility, then they would also get a state license to ensure that there's a lot more oversight around kind of the building, not just the health and safety of the care that's being provided, but also ensure that the building is safe, there's fire codes are being met, and all of those type of things. So there are different components for the Bureau of Licensing and Certification, and depending on the services that are provided, that's essentially what each of them do.
Thanks. If I may,
Sure.
Nate, please.
Finish your introduction.
I have finished for Bureau of Licensing and Certification.
Oh, okay. Questions?
So the question, so are on the, I understand the state licensing
Yeah.
piece of it. Are you doing the certification for the federal?
Correct. Yes, we are.
And you're compensated for that?
Yes, we are. Generally, most of the staff are almost. The majority of the funding for their positions are federal funds for those positions.
And so when you do that, you're doing the certification and the licensing at the same time?
So we actually have a deemed license status in the state of New Hampshire. So if somebody is in compliance with the certification, the federal certification requirements, which are a little bit more stringent than our state laws, then they get a license through the state of New Hampshire. So we actually don't do 2 inspections. We just do the one.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, and thank you for providing us a chart with the staffing for each of these 3 areas on page 2. On page 4, can you tell us how many childcare facilities or programs you review and
Certainly.
Yeah.
So actually, it's on page 13.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's at the end. So all of our caseload and kind of data around the numbers are on those pages. So on page 13, you'll see childcare licensing. We inspect 712 family and center-based licensed daycare centers. We have 24 residential programs and 19 license exempt. And those license exempt are basically, they don't qualify to get a state license. They don't need to because they just have a small number of kids, maybe 2 kids that they care for, but they are receiving funding from our CCDF federal funds for kids that maybe need that funding to assist with their childcare. So we inspect those as well. So that covers 46,700 childcare slots. And this also gives you the number of recreational camps, which is 159. And we have 363 complaints that we handled this past year.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Of course.
What's kind of a general nature of the complaints you handle? I know that there's a range, but
Yeah.
what's sort of a typical one that you seem to get a lot of?
I don't know if there is a typical, it's really around, sometimes, they don't seem to have enough staff, or the staff that aren't allowing them to go, the kids to go outside, or, we've noticed some things that are unclean, and they really can be a wide range of complaints. So it's hard to say. I can certainly go back and see if they have any data though that we can provide you.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of conversational, get my
Yeah.
head around it a little bit.
Sure.
And then, well, for those kind of complaints, which sound fairly general, are there almost always some sort of regulation that you are enforcing, you're inspecting against a requirement and a regulation?
Yes, absolutely. We would always, if we receive a complaint and it's something that's regulated, we would look at the regulation and then we would do an inspection. If it was something that's, my daycare center does not provide lunch, and I would really love for them to provide lunch. You know, that's not a requirement under the regulations. That's a choice that the business would make. So that's something we wouldn't then inspect. We would screen that out.
And then there are federal regulations, because I'm just sort of curious why we get so much federal money for child care licensing.
Yeah, so our child care development block grant does provide for children to receive child care in different incomes. Our Child Development Bureau provides that funding. So they're actually part of a different bureau. So we're not responsible. We just handle the regulatory side of things. But they do provide funding. They provide funding for our technology. They provide funding for our criminal background checks to make sure those are complete. So there's some funding that streams in related to that.
So Mr. White, that money isn't showing up twice, is it? It's not showing up as a grant in one department and then it's showing up as revenue for childcare licensing?
No, it certainly should not be. That'd be double budgeting it, and we can't do that.
Yeah, okay,
Just-
all right,
excuse
good.
me. One quick one. So
No. Representative Priest?
Thank you. On your community residences, where does that appear within the governor's budget? What page number?
So there's childcare licensing. This here?
Yes. Okay,
It's on page 1052.
I've got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Alco?
real quick one. Do you charge a licensing fee to anybody? And where does that show?
Yeah, so RSA 151 is for health facilities. There's a specific charge. It's in statute of what we charge. Sometimes, like hospitals, it's per bed. Other facilities, it's per facility, depending. So that's actually in the statute. And then childcare licensing, there is no fee to become a licensed childcare provider.
And where does that, the revenue piece of it shows where?
I don't see that revenue for 5143 either.
I will have to get back to you just to verify where the revenue is coming in, but I will do that.
Would it be the objective to match the revenue to the expense center, or would you just sweep it under a general account somewhere?
I need to look into the details just to verify the revenue source so I don't misspeak.
Okay. Representative Priest? Oh, okay. What? Okay. So you think line 009 on page 1048, where it says agency income, and 25, where it says 35,600, you think that may be a licensing fee?
I believe, and again, I don't really want to talk about this until we verify it, but I believe it's in 514607.
07.
The agency income at the bottom. But again, I'd like to take that back and verify it.
Okay, because that's summarized under health facilities admin, but okay.
That's why I'd like to take it back.
All right, super. Are there other questions on the licensing? I see you've got 19 people. Is that the right number? You got 19 people in child care licensing. What's your vacancy rate?
I believe we have. Is it 2 positions? You don't have it, yeah.
We don't have it at that level of detail. We can certainly get that. There was one unfunded position in childcare licensing and accounting unit 5143, though.
Okay. One unfunded. And I don't expect there to be substantial job description requirements for these 19, that they don't have a criminal record, that they're able to communicate effectively? You don't have like a degree requirement.
I would have to go back to their job description. I believe that a majority of our folks do have an early childhood development kind of degree. So I would have to go back to see if that's just the nature of the job or if it's a requirement on the job description.
Okay, I'd appreciate that distinction. And then I don't see any other questions. You want to entertain, so similar questions on page 1050 under positions. You got 32 positions there. And do you know if any of those have been unfunded?
Yeah, there was some that were unfunded for our certification team. I don't know. I think it was.
Just to clarify, you indicated page 1050. This is for the accounting unit 5146.
Yeah, I moved over to health facilities. Am I not on health facilities?
5, right?
Yeah, so there's 5 unfunded positions in accounting unit 5146.
Okay. Now I see big numbers here in the caseloads. Do you have a backlog currently, or what's your general response time when you get a fresh complaint?
So it depends on, typically we go out within 24 to 48 hours. If it's something that we believe is a risk to health and safety, it would be almost immediately. If it's something that's a little less, of a risk,
Right.
essentially it could be, those 48 hours to potentially a week. There are regulations through CMS that our teams have to go in at their direction. So there are times where CMS says, no, you need to go in today. And so we'd have to follow that for our certification team, but the licensing team has a little bit more flexibility. Generally, we're out there very, very quickly. We don't let things sit. So we do not have a backlog.
And if somebody has a CFI and they're staying at their own home, there's no requirement to inspect that home, right?
Correct. We do not inspect their homes.
What's the smallest unit of care that you do end up inspecting?
I don't know. We don't necessarily go by that. We go by the entity. We license the entity. So if a home health agency is responsible for providing home health care for individuals, we will inspect the agency. We will we'll look at their medical records. We'll take samples of those.
Right.
We'll obviously take complaints and inspect them, but we wouldn't go into somebody's physical home. But we may reach out to an individual who's receiving that care to see if there's any concerns related to the care. So it would really all be around the entity and not the individual that's receiving the care.
Okay, and although a home health agency doesn't necessarily have a facility because it goes out to support, you would still inspect the agency even though you're not inspecting a facility.
Correct. We would make sure that their information is secure, that people's privacy is being considered. So we do actually look at those agencies' practices.
All right, Representative.
Yes, please. Thank you for taking questions. Sure. I assume, and if I'm wrong, foster care is outside of the purview of what you do?
Correct. Foster care is licensed under DCBIF.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, back to community residences. So what I'm hearing is that you don't certify group homes up to 5 individuals.
We certify everyone. So even if a facility, if a home has even 1 individual in it, we still certify them.
Do you monitor them?
Yes.
So there's no.
Absolutely.
Okay,
we do.
great.
Yep. Inspections, and they get a certification. The only time they get a license, which is when they have bigger facilities. So they're required to have certification and a license.
When you say bigger facilities, what?
4 or more.
4 or more.
4 or
Okay.
more.
Okay.
But either way, they're getting a full inspection related to the certification requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't think, I have a question that there's no answer for, which is, what's the average length of time to do an inspection? I guess it just would be facility variable.
How long it takes us to do an inspection?
Yeah.
Very, very facility variable. However, very small facilities also, we may be at say an assisted living. If it's a large assisted living, we could be there for a week, and if it's a small assisted living, just a few days, depending on the size.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions on this. Do you want to go to the next?
Sure, absolutely. So our next is our Bureau for Legal Services. There's lots of things that fall under that bureau. General counsel is basically our group of attorneys and other legal professionals who perform services to the entire department, legal services to the entire department. So they could be reviewing laws and rules and giving legal advice on the interpretation of things. They also could be attending hearings that on behalf of the state for services that were not provided. They may represent the department in court. They may represent the department in an administrative hearing. Guardianships, all of those type of things. So our general counsel does do a lot of internal, external audits. They're responding obviously to lawsuits, federal compliance, developing policies, obviously interpretations, investigating things. So there's a lot of work. They cover the entire department. The Bureau of General Counsel has somebody. So we have like one attorney that represents Medicaid. We have one attorney that represents our long-term supports and services. So that's generally what our general counsel does.
So I'm looking at page 151 for the governor's budget in 26. I see a total of 100 positions. Is that for this legal counsel office?
So that includes our child support attorneys and all of our DCYF attorneys as well.
And two things I'd just like to point out in the accounting unit 5680. First, there's 13 unfunded positions in total. There's 2 classified and 11 unclassified. And one thing that will certainly catch your eye is you will see a pretty steep decrease in funding in the class 10 personnel line and a pretty steep increase in the class 12 line. During the last budget, Chapter 79, Section 218, Laws of 2023, there was a provision of law in House Bill 2 that converted the classified attorneys to unclassified. And so that's also at the bottom why you'll see that change in numbering as far as unclassified positions versus classified. And that speaks to most of that. On top of that, again, we had 13 unfunded in this current stage of the budget.
Did I hear you say you're involved in lawsuits? I thought once the lawsuit was filed, the AG handled it and you consulted.
So the AG does take over and represent the department in when the department is sued specifically for issues. We do have to perform, as you can imagine, an enormous amount of discovery for those. So we do have attorneys that handle those discovery requests.
Right.
We also, a lot of times are served and have to start the process for the lawsuit and then send it over to the DOJ. And then we're involved in strategy sessions and other things, that would relate to the lawsuit.
So that reminds me of a question I asked 2 or 4 years ago. Has the state or DHHS obtained an e-discovery system to help you with discovery, or are you still doing it the old-fashioned way?
So we do have, we have a couple of programs that do assist with discovery, but we haven't, although we have them available, we have not kicked them off fully. And I think Dave Wieters, who's here in the audience, could probably talk a little bit more about where we are in the integration of those programs.
So I would assume if you had the e-discovery systems working, that would save a tremendous amount of manpower.
It can, yeah, absolutely. But we have to, I mean, as you can imagine, some of these lawsuits, span years. And so,
Right. So
getting
not
all of that
everything is
data.
online.
Yeah.
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 Where do you keep your offline records? Are they in some building here in New Hampshire? Or
So our paper records, a lot of them are kept in our archives. in the archives, and we retrieve them from archives.
That's not a lime cave, is it, by any chance?
Yeah, and then there's others we keep stored at in the buildings in which we occupy.
So are we aging out to where our record retention period is being reached and we can retire more and more paper records? Or do you have some obligation to keep a record for 40 or 50 years or a life of a patient or something?
Yeah, so it depends. It really does. DCYF has, 30 years or however longer. A lot of them have all different time periods. That's one of our projects on the roadmap, is that we're gathering all of that information and ensuring that the time periods where we are to keep data, and then we're able to purge the data that shouldn't be kept to ensure privacy. So we're doing all of that legwork right now. That's actually an initiative that we're working on.
So if I were to find the commissioner's roadmap, you're a square somewhere in there to
Yes.
do the data retention work?
Absolutely. Yep. It's Commitment 3, Initiative 4. Yay, I got it right.
Okay. Are there, yes, Representative Tversky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I jumped ahead a couple pages to page 15 to the list of active litigation. And looking at, in particular, the first two bullet points and the sheer number of cases and pending cases, and then going back to the statement that you have 13 unfunded positions. So I'm just curious about how your department there can manage. Is everything being addressed in a timely manner, that there is not damage being done to one party or the other?
Yes, I would say that we definitely have an ability to manage that. At the onset of all of the claims that were processed for the YDC litigation, it wasn't, we didn't have our ducks in a row at that point. It did take a little bit longer to kind of understand the volume and try to get all the documents. There were people in basements ensuring that we were gathering as much information as we possibly could. We have a very good system in place now, and it took us a little time, but we definitely have a system in place now, and we're able to respond very timely.
Thank you.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to page 1050 of 010012, you mentioned there was some regulation that caused staff to be disclassified and others. Explain that to me again, please. And when did that happen?
Wasn't that just a legislative act to move people from class to unclass or vice versa?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, working with the legislature in 2023, there was a mandate for the department to move all of the DCYF attorneys from classified positions to unclassified positions. And then as of June 30th of 2025 this year, abolish the classified positions once we were able to move everyone over. So you're going to see that in the budget, how that changed. So they're the same amount of staff, the same, or at least without the unfunded positions, not considering those. The mandate was same amount of staff, same positions. They're just moving from classified to unclassified.
And the reason for this was just because of the work required to address this problem.
Correct.
As I remember the legislative debate, unclass is a salaried position and classified as an hourly position.
Yeah.
And so I think it was one, to professionalize the staff, and to also maybe save some money on overtime.
Okay. It all makes sense.
Not
Thank
that we
you.
would ever do that, because we worry about the quality of the litigation.
Right. Thank you.
So, as identified already, our Child Support Council, our Child Support Bureau, and the DCYF Council, they are in our budget. DCYF Council do actually report up from a job perspective, from kind of the tasks and the roles of those positions, they report to the Attorney General's office, but they are in our budget. So they dictate their work, but we manage them from an administrative perspective. So that's why you see D2F counsel here.
So for that to make sense from a budgeting perspective, the department should still exercise a significant amount of control over the work products, even though they report to the AG.
We work very closely together, as you can imagine. And yes, I absolutely think that we have a great working relationship and a partnership to ensure that people are being taken care of and that they are able to do their job, but that we also are being fiscally responsible.
But it's more than a caretaker role. It's a leadership, supervisory, quality of work relationship between the department.
Absolutely. If Deanna Baker were here, she's the person in charge. She is the head of D2F counsel. She would tell you that the exact thing. We definitely work together.
Super. Did we skip ombudsman or
Haven't gotten there yet.
All right.
Yeah. The next thing I had was legislative services. We have Director of Legislation, John Williams, who many of you probably already know and have met. And then our legislative liaisons, we have an enormous amount of legislative liaisons. Those are folks, they're not standalone. These are all of the attorneys that are part of our general counsel. They perform legislative services as well. So that's one of their roles within their job. And we just wanted to point that out because you do see a lot of our general counsel staff coming through to represent the department on different things, but they are not their own it's not their own, position. It is not just legislative liaisons. We actually they are doing that work as members of general counsel.
So what class line are you on? What 4-digit?
They would fall in general counsel. So on page 1051.
1051.
It's accounting unit 5680 or 5680.
568.
5680.
The general counsel, which begins on 1050 and continues on 1051. And to Melissa's point, the legislative liaisons, there's a number of positions that sit in other bureaus, and acting as a legislative liaison is only one of their job responsibilities. They also do many other things within their respective areas as well. But it's more of a organizational, this is the only way we could address the hundreds of bills affecting DHHS each year to track it.
Right. Do you ever throw Mr. Williams a case just to make sure he can still lawyer?
I think he does a lot of that already.
Okay. All right.
The next, I'm on page 11 on the PowerPoint, is our administrative appeals unit. Our administrative appeals unit manages our adjudicative process that exists in statute under RSA 541A. It addresses any area and it accepts appeals for any area in which somebody can appeal. So if they are denied benefits or services, they would appeal through the administrative appeals unit. We have 5 administrative law judges and 3 clerical folks who take those and address those issues. On the PowerPoint, you can see some of the examples of some of the cases that we take. Those are most common, but certainly, there's a broad range of things that they hear, and we handle a little over 1,000 cases where we actually hear a case. A little over 1,000 of them throughout the year. But as you can imagine, we get a lot of appeal requests, and some of them aren't appealable issues, and so we have to manage those as well.
So administrative appeals looks like it's its own branch on the wire diagram. What 4-digit code or is that under?
It also in general counsel.
It's
Okay.
Oh, is that
5683?
5683?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the 5683.
Page 1052.
5683?
Yep.
And what page is that?
1052.
And 1051.
And 1051, yeah.
Yep.
Operations Support Administration?
Yep.
Is the administrative appeals?
That is.
Okay, and so that's staying constant at 8? Are there any
Yes.
unfunded positions in there?
No. Unfunded?
So there are no unfunded positions in there, and there was a typo. Technically, in the governor's budget, there are 6 positions in that accounting unit.
Okay, so where it says
8.
8,
Should
that's
say
meant
6.
to be 6?
Yes.
And so was it 8 in
It should be
the
8.
the current year?
Yeah.
So there's a decline of 2?
Apologize. 8 is correct number. I was reading on the wrong page.
No, that's all right.
Yes, there's 8
I made a
staff.
mistake once. It's okay.
And also operations support admin has no unfunded positions that I'm seeing right now.
How's your vacancy rate?
We're full.
You're full? Okay.
So our next two on page 12 are the 2 ombudsman offices that exist at the department. The first is our general ombudsman's office. That general ombudsman's office handles all complaints for any services that the department provides.
So I got to crosswalk the budget briefing with where you're at, also the HB1. What pages are we
So
on?
if you turn to page 1053, accounting unit 5696, ombudsman.
Got it.
And I will also talk about the long-term care ombudsman, which is 6636. Accounting unit,
Okay, and then in the budget book,
1054.
no, I mean this 33-page staple document. The descriptions.
I don't think either of them are in there.
So the ombudsman is not included in there because it is under $1 million, and the long-term care ombudsman is also not included because it's also under $1 million, which is the threshold that we use for the accounting units in the budget briefing book.
All right, thank you.
So other than the DHHS ombudsman, which handles all complaints, they're confidential complaints. They address issues, and they make a determination. They kind of look at the issue and make a determination as to whether or not they believe the department did something that they shouldn't have done, and then they'll work with the department to make sure it's in line with what our rules and regulations are, or they'll try to attempt to help the individual, even if we have followed our regulations, to try to attempt to resolve their issue. So the ombudsman's office is there to help all clients, all issues across the entire department. The Office of Long-Term Care Ombudsman is specifically just for those who reside in long-term care facilities. They're administratively attached to the department. They go into long-term care facilities to assist in and be advocates for the residents in any kind of concern or issue that they have while residing in that long-term care facility. So that's the difference between those 2 offices.
Okay, 6633. 6636. And you got 5 there. And what's their story? You have vacancies? You have any unfunded positions?
Neither. No vacancies, no unfunded.
All right, Representative.
Yeah, very quick question. Back on page 1050 where it shows, no, wrong. Page 1051. 2 lines that show agency income. What's the source of the income there? Is that recovery on litigation or?
So the 009 line, what that represents, this goes back to the budget system that we were talking about earlier today. In state fiscal year 24, at the end of the year, we brought forward an item to fiscal to allocate other funds across the department. And that was approved. And that's why you're seeing the actual expense show up there. 25 is 0 because this was pre-budget system. And the costs that you see in state fiscal year 26 and 27, those are allocated costs from other funds from other areas of the department to make it clear and represent the costs that this team incurs in supporting New Hampshire Hospital and Glencliff Home and the other areas. And that's the 009 agency income. The 007 is the some of the estate recovery funds that the department is able to recover. by the Medicaid program.
So just as a follow-up, that's a cost sharing or a cost allocation, the stuff that comes from other departments?
It's other revenue generated by other departments that's being attributed to the revenue here to cover the expenses that are incurred in supporting those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Stringham?
So I'm looking at this, you have 1,600 cases through the ombudsman's office, so there's staff of 4, so that's basically 2 new cases per person day. Is that a reasonable amount for somebody to be able to clear, given the kind of split of cases that would be part of that 1,600 cases?
I mean, obviously, they'd always love to have some more staff to handle some of those cases. I think that they're really skilled in being able to connect them to the right people. A lot of times, people call to say that, I'm not getting, I don't know who to contact. I'm not sure who, and they're really good at ensuring that they get them connected. So I think that, that's part of it. Obviously, being part of the department is really helpful for working together. Another thing that they were able to do these last couple of years is identify areas in which they may have seen some trends, and they've been able to say, well, we've gotten a lot of calls about this one issue. Like, let's fix this one issue, and that's what we've really attempted to try to do over the last couple of years. So even though you may see that the case numbers are high, and they certainly are handling a lot of cases right now, they are really skilled in doing the work that they're doing. And so, we have had some mandates through legislature or conversations, at least, to try to get individuals in the ombudsman's office that are specifically trained to deal with certain different populations within the state. So we may see some movement there, and that would be really helpful for the ombudsman's office. I mean, I don't want to say that we have all the people that we need, because we definitely could use more, but I will say that they do a really good job with what they have.
Well, if they specialize and there's only 4 of them and they have to cover the entire state geographically, and it looks like a pretty high percentage of cases involve a site visit.
So the ombudsman's office isn't required to do any site visits. So they usually handle most of their stuff. I mean, certainly they will meet with clients if necessary, but they do a lot of their work remotely.
I would imagine that there's some conceptual pie chart for this 1,600 that shows a significant number of them represents a referral to the right person to follow up on without spending a great deal of time in the ombudsman.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And it is just connecting. Sometimes it's just connecting them to the right people.
And a smaller piece of the pie chart would be a serious investigation.
Right, them doing a full investigation.
Yeah.
That's a smaller percentage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have another question.
Go ahead.
And I want to zoom out a little bit, and that is, what we're looking at here, all the expenses are largely personnel and costs driven by personnel, like benefits and so on, in these charts. Where would it show up if there are related to these services? Say in this area you contract with 100 PIs to do investigation. They're contracted. They're not. I don't think they're part in here. So I just, in zooming out, I'm thinking, what can we recommend, either from moving contract work out into your department through staff, or the other way around? And right now, I feel like we're seeing the staff part of it, and not maybe other pieces of critical expenditures that you require to do your function that you may be able to trade off on. So maybe that's a question for Nathan. It's, because I think it involves everything we've looked at today, not just this. So.
Yeah, we don't have the Office of Legal and Regulatory Services has very, very few contracts. So I think what you're talking about may be related more to other bureaus that do investigations. We have Adult Protective Services that will investigate individuals for abuse and neglect for adults, those individuals are employed as well. So we don't really have, we really don't have very many contracts at all in our bureau. It is mostly staff, and it is mostly, although like the ombudsman is outward facing, our general counsel folks, which we actually just have a few of them, are internal and really support internal programs. So I certainly can think about it and take it back and talk to folks a little bit more to see if there's anything that we can do to streamline. But we don't have any existing contracts right now, is in the way that you're suggesting. Yeah.
I want to ask you my IT question. What's the core IT support system for ombudsman? Are you using Salesforce.com?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to page 13 again on your handout.
Yep.
Again, the 4 staff that you have identified in the budget, do they also do the long-term care ombudsman?
So there's 4 staff for the ombudsman office, and then there's another for the long-term care ombudsman office.
And how many staff?
They have 4 as well.
4 as well, okay.
A few years ago, the legislature wanted the department to have specifically a privacy officer. And one of the functions of the privacy officer was to do privacy impact assessments. Has that been implemented? Do we have that position filled?
So we do have a privacy, well, we did.
That's different.
We have a privacy officer, a HIPAA compliance privacy officer, which is required for us to be covered entity. But as for the impact, it sounds like Nathan.
So I don't remember the bill number, Chairman Edwards, but that bill was incorporated into HB2, and I believe there were 2 positions established within the Bureau of Information Services for those privacy impact assessments that you're referring to. And I believe those have been budgeted.
Okay, because in my experience, the privacy officers tended to hang out in the legal area and not as much in the IT area.
We do have, I mean, being a covered entity, a HIPAA covered entity, we have to have a privacy officer. So that person does sit within the department under my purview. So they are within legal.
Okay.
But that's a little bit different than I know Dave is sitting in the back. He might be able to answer this better.
So just an editorial note for you to take away. And that is that one of the reasons we established a privacy officer position was because it was in the aftermath of the 2018 constitutional amendment to protect privacy of New Hampshire citizens. And at the time, there was a perception that the department wasn't particularly good at having a culture of privacy protection. So we wanted to get somebody in there who would educate the leadership on a culture of privacy. And I'm still concerned that when you talk to leadership in the department, they don't respect, as a rule, the requirement to have all data collection be done on an opt-in basis. And they default to a government opt-out approach, preferred approach. And I think we have to flip that. Have you looked, or are you aware of any internal consultation on when we're going to end opt-out and move to an opt-in policy?
So that's I think that we handle a lot of data. So the opt-in versus opt-out is different depending on the data.
Right.
But I'd love to invite Dave Wieters to, I don't know if you want to take the seat over there, Dave. He can talk a little bit more about that because he's definitely been involved from an IT perspective.
Okay. So I'm talking specifically about known data collections where we're gathering personal data, and rather than ask the individual to opt in, we default to an opt-out approach of data collection.
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Dave Wieters, Chief Operating Officer. So when it comes to data that we're collecting directly, we have changed our modus operandi of doing opt-in consent-based gathering. However, lots of our information that we do receive is not through a program or service that
Right,
we
right,
offer.
right.
So any state mandated or federally mandated
Right.
data would not necessarily follow an opt-in process.
Because I'm still seeing surveys that go to individuals that default to opt out.
I'd certainly be interested in hearing about those. I would say that you're absolutely correct. There are still information that is out there that would be an opt-out function, but we are going through the department with new systems and new processes to identify a standard consent-based approach using the DocuSign solution that you heard earlier this morning.
So would you say it's generally the policy of the department to be migrating individual data collection surveys and the like to an opt-in approach for data collection?
We have not made a policy for it, but it is general practice.
Okay, so you have a privacy governance board. Has this not been an issue in the privacy governance board on what the policy of the department ought to be?
So that's a good point. We do have a privacy board, as you indicated, and our data governance committee is currently in draft mode for data policy for how we collect and manage data, including the privacy impact assessments and the management of opt-in versus opt-out. There are numerous programs across the department that may or may not benefit from an opt-in or opt-out, so it would be a case-by-case basis. And then I don't know if you want an answer to the privacy impact assessment question.
It doesn't sound like you've implemented it yet, but you intend to.
That is correct. We do intend to. For the privacy impact assessment specifically, we are on track to have a report that we will use as a standard template
Yeah.
using a technology called OneTrust, and that
That's
will be
all
in
right.
place for March.
And when do you think you'll have privacy impact assessments routinely for the implementation of new data collection systems?
In compliance with the RSA, we will have that in place in March of this year, March 2025.
Outstanding. Thank you. Is there anything in the department you don't know? Because you seem to be a jack of all trades.
There is a lot in the department I do not know. Thank you.
All right. So I'm sorry. That's a pet rock of mine. I apologize. So.
Yeah, so the only other thing that I was going to mention is what came up earlier was our estate recoveries unit. Estate recoveries recovers funds that were paid by the state of New Hampshire and by the federal government for services through our Medicaid folks, or our Medicaid members. So if a individual was able to, say, keep their home and they were only able to keep their home and live in it, but they needed Medicaid, they needed a place to live, and they needed Medicaid to cover their services, we allow them to keep their home and obviously still be covered under Medicaid. But to keep their home, they have to then usually get a lien on their house for the portions of funds that have been expended by the state. So our estate recoveries recovers those funds after through court proceedings, and right now we earn about $7 million for, it's not just for the state of New Hampshire, that's split up between federal funding, county funding, and state funding. If we were to have additional staff, we believe that we could increase that by $2 million generally. So that's, we do have money that's kind of left on the table right now because we just don't have the staff to be able to handle all of the potential estate recoveries that are out there.
What do you think the estimated personnel cost would be in order to chase that 2 million effectively?
We would need one attorney and 2 support staff.
So about 600,000 personnel or less.
So just a couple of clarifying points. The general funds for state fiscal year 26 that would be needed would be about 163,000. There'd be matching federal dollars available. So the total personnel appropriation for year 1 would be 258,000. However, I don't think you would need to budget that much because we would need time to create the positions and eventually hire the individuals. So probably about half that. It's about 270,000 total funds in the second year. And while we'd be able to recover about $2 million, 50% of that would go back to the feds. We would see about $300,000 estimated go back to the counties, and then approximately $700,000 would come to the state. So if those positions were funded by the state fiscal year 27. The net benefit would be in the range of $400,000 to $500,000. Again, this is an estimate, but it would require about 3 FTE, and it could be more, it could be less.
Okay, that's great. Did you discuss this in the agency phase with the governor's office?
Yes, we did.
And what was the conclusion? It's not anywhere in the budget. Is it a prioritized need, or is it nowhere?
During the agency phase and the governor's phase, we did not increase, generally speaking, the number of positions across our department. And so I think there is concern around increasing your number of full-time authorized position despite the revenue benefit.
Okay, so this is what I'd be open to doing. If there were a small little one-page business case that would explain, the manpower side of it, the expected costs, the expected, I'm going to call it return on investment, even though we're a government, but that's the business thought. So if you worked on something like that and got it with Kevin, I'd love to consider that as part of what we're doing then over the next month.
Sure, will do.
Okay. Do you have more for us?
I don't. I think that's
Are there
a lot.
questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Priest.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, going with the questions that Representative Edwards has mentioned, this could be an expanding area given the aging of New Hampshire and the fact that we don't have any affordable long-term day care facilities for those people, and they will have to care within their houses. So just an observation.
You're referring to the ombudsman area?
No, I'm talking about the attorneys that will go after the
fraud?
liens on the private residences
Okay.
to recover the cost of Medicare to the state and federal government. That's amazing. Okay, thank you.
So to flip that into another type of question, has the department done any long-term trends analysis to figure out what the increasing workload might be from an aging population and the need to do more?
No, we haven't estimated related to the upcoming kind of what we expect,
great
we have obviously all of the trending that, we have all the data from the previous years, but nothing around the future.
Thank you. Representative Stringham.
I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit on your statements on wages and key challenges. The office is struggling to recruit and maintain staff due to low wages in a competitive environment. Positions remain vacant for long periods of time, leading to burnout of current staff and higher turnover. Is there anything in this budget that addresses those concerns? Or is there significant pay increases, for example, for the?
Could you help us understand what page you're reading from? That's a fascinating.
Page 16.
Page 16 of the handout. The key challenges, this is a very, very good section, all three bullet items in here, in terms of pointing an arrow for us to potentially what to think about. So
Yeah.
Anyway, do you understand the question?
I do. I would say that we don't. I mean, our budget estimates, what we currently spend with potential, merit increases and those type of things, but there's no adjustment to the actual wages and the wage scales that apply to the positions. I think our biggest challenges certainly our DCYF and child support attorneys. They are not compensated in the way that they would need to be they hold high caseloads. They have very sensitive information. They have to be a lot of times at court running around and doing a lot of really great work. Those two areas, we struggle with recruitment. We struggle with recruitment and retention of those areas because they're very high need, high impact work. And it's difficult to kind of maintain that level and not have the financial compensation. I think the other area is in our Bureau of Licensing and Certification. They're all especially our health facilities, they're all clinicians, so getting actual experienced clinicians to be able to inspect our health facilities for compliance, health and safety, they have to have a lot of experience to be able to identify concerns and issues. So we definitely are seeing those areas as well struggle with the recruitment because we do need those who have significant experience to be able to ensure that others are providing the services that they should provide.
So, reading this, my interpretation of reading between the lines is if you don't make adjustment in salaries in these areas, you can expect larger vacancies and diminished quality of services that's being provided under this function.
Yeah, I would say that the individuals that come to the department are very dedicated, and the quality that they want to turn out is always of the highest quality. They are very, there's a mission within the work that they're doing, the caring for children and ensuring that people are getting the services that they need in our healthcare facilities, childcare facilities it's really impressive, the work that they do. So I would say that the quality for the work that's being done will continue because of the dedication of those individuals. I will say that we will continue to have burnout and difficulty in recruiting individuals because of the high needs and expectations of those positions.
Is there a distinction between the classified and unclassified positions?
Are you talking about the
way
DCYF ones? Or?
I'm saying the problem that we're discussing. Is there a distinction in the problem based on whether we're talking classified employees or unclassified? Are these, you're saying wages?
Yeah.
Typically, that's for classified positions. It would be salary if we were talking about the unclassified.
Yeah, so a majority of the staff that I have are classified staff. Even our attorneys, the child support attorneys, for the longest time, the DCYF attorneys were also classified. It was just the most recent change where they're going to unclassified. And because we're just transitioning them now, it's hard to say what impact that's going to have on those positions specifically, but the majority of them are classified.
Thank you. Representative Daniels.
Thank you. With the worker shortage that we have in the state, do you see any areas in the child care licensing that might be relaxed or deregulated in maintaining the safety?
Are you asking if our staff, or the staff that operate at the child care facility?
The facilities that operate as child care facilities. I'm wondering if there are areas that may be over-regulated. Are there areas that can be relaxed to allow a little more flexibility within childcare so that we can expand the childcare and help out the worker shortage?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we did for our regulations for childcare licensing is we did a campaign over the last year to work with a work group of childcare providers and address any kind of regulatory barriers or issues that they may see. And we actually began to draft and write and make adjustments to our regulations to address exactly what you're talking about. So we're in constant contact and communication, and we're ensuring that we are considering the workforce shortage when we're drafting regulations. We do have the ability to have waivers and other things, but we have worked very closely with them to make sure that there aren't regulations that exist that are overly burdensome.
Any other questions? You got a summary statement for us, or do you think you covered everything?
I think I covered everything.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we've got Bureau of Information Systems up next. So we spent an hour on legal, which was a great hour. How much time? Now, some of the Bureau of Information Systems, this is stuff that we picked up before the budget got released. So I'd really like to have us focus more on the resources needed and how that money will be put to work, money and manpower, without going back over all the great things the department does.
Thank you, Representative Edwards and committee. I am Ernie Gillen. Go ahead. I'm the Director for Information Services.
Yeah. This is the first time you've been here?
It
'Cause You
is.
don't look familiar. Are you new or you?
I was the Deputy Director since 2019 under David Wieters.
Oh, so he's been hiding you.
He has been. I've been in the back row and only at the table a couple of times. So
All right. Well, thank you.
And just to orient the committee, the presentation should be the next subsequent presentation in your books there.
Yep.
The governor's operating budget, if you turn to page 1060. Again, in the governor's operating budget, it's 1060 and it's accounting unit 5952, Office of Information Services. And in the DHHS budget briefing book, it begins on page 27 at the bottom.
Okay. Ready when you are.
So taking the clues, Representative Edwards, I'll move quickly through these slides. I know that a lot of work was done by David in the pre-sessions coming here.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that don't slow me down and we can back up and cover things in a little more detail. If we look at slide 2, we have a mission statement there that we've been exposed to. More of the emphasis that I like to spend some time on is the functional areas of information services.
May I suggest an update to your mission at a future state? I'd really love to see you guys include in your mission to drive productivity enhancements or something like that. I mean, you're
Absolutely can,
empowering
incorporate
employees
that.
and citizens, but we need more productivity.
Yep, and I believe as a team that we do drive that, so that would be welcome information to be able to incorporate.
Thank you.
So our four function areas, main function areas of information services, strategic planning, really that's listening and evaluating and finding those opportunities to improve the needs of the businesses across the department. And I think that's an important segue into this. Everyone that's presented today is really a department-wide influence as opposed to a single line of business. So when we look at the amount of people that comprise information services to include our project management office, it's important to realize that as well. Our ability to be able to take that time, listen to the customers, and then find the best opportunities for those to fit into and have the resolutions that we have funding and ability for lies in that strategic planning area. One of the biggest attributes we're trying to do is reduce that duplication by looking at all of the different lines of businesses across the 130 IT systems that we have responsibility to, and see how we can reduce duplication, streamline, and have the most efficient outcome for the entire department. Artificial intelligence is something that we've been spending a lot of time trying to wrap our heads around so that we can go about this correctly and implement the things that have the greatest benefit, with the limitation of just trying to broadly go after artificial intelligence. So right now we're spending a lot of time in policy development and researching how the department can best benefit from it based on funding we'll have. The 8 key platforms that the department utilizes are listed here, with the exception of the Nexus system. That was a math error on my part. The Nexus system should be added for the Bureau of Child Support and Services as well. Portfolio management, the department handles many different projects. Technical projects usually end up being a hybrid solution from a methodology standpoint, utilizing Agile and then some of the waterfall principles. And in other cases, with limited technology in there, they're going to be stronger in waterfall. So our portfolio management really is organized for our project management office, acting as a center of excellence and putting the right people in place to make those determinations of how to execute those projects.
So jumping ahead, how many of those are employees versus contracted? Your project managers?
We probably, one of the efforts that is a good accomplishment of the project management office, that it acting as a center of excellence, having 6 positions that are actually project managers, but have gone through and created the training to stand up over 280 business project managers in each of the business lines. So we've gone that route. Excellent question. Asset management, that's handled within IS as well. That gives us an opportunity to really manage life cycle management, keeping productivity up, and having the proper visibility to what's happening with our equipment. Business intelligence, that's our EBI. You'll hear a lot about EBI, and we have our data governance sits under EBI, and data management, data visualizations, all our reporting capabilities and analytics. Information security, we talked a little bit briefly about privacy impact assessments coming into play, and that's a strong avenue. The Data Privacy and IT Security Governance Board, formed by your legislation, Representative Edwards, actually just approved the PIA template to be able to utilize. And we have been able to fill one of the positions for supporting the conducting of the PIAs themselves. If you look at the next slide, slide 4, it really is just a couple of points to be able to see how we exercise our mission. Here it's driving improved outcomes through enhanced decision-making and productivity listed first, and some of the broad examples of how we accomplish that. Each of them paying individual attention to how we empower people, self-service options as far as individuals out in the field doing the work with the clients and customers, and giving them the proper tools to be able to execute more efficiently. Reducing cost of operation, core services, we're going to see examples of that, how we've done that from a system perspective when we get to slides further as well. Any questions on the information we've covered so far?
Nope. Oh, Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, back to your slide on page 3 of your handout. It's my understanding that the staff that you have, the 19 or the 21 individuals that you do have, the 19 that's in the governor's budget, share these responsibilities. Is that correct? Or do you have number of staff in each one of these?
You're correct. Yes, the responsibilities are shared and then divided up around those key function areas. One correction in there, our person that has the most knowledge so far presenting today occupies one of those positions from a number standpoint, I believe. And David Wieters is now Chief Operating Officer. So that leaves us with an actual staff of 20 positions.
Okay. Thank you.
20 now, but still 19 next year? Or is it going to be 18?
Yes. So in state fiscal year 26-27, there were 2 positions moved. One was moved to 5,000, which is the Office of Commissioner Accounting Unit. The other one was moved to 7937, which is Medicaid administration. So there's 19 positions in state fiscal year 26. 5 are unfunded, 3 classified positions are unfunded, and 2 unclassified positions are unfunded.
Thank you. The question still, Representative Priest? You,
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Representative?
Yeah, very quick question on page 1060 on line 66. Is just curious about the huge bump up in fiscal year 2025 on that line, and then kind of it just stuck out as what was the explanation behind that?
Sure. So just to clarify, so we're looking at the adjusted authorized amount in state fiscal year 25, not necessarily what was spent. This is related to the training that Ernie was referring to, where we have sought to train many of the individuals across the department who may not necessarily be a project manager by training. They may have a social services background. May have a specialty in public health, but basically that money is being used for training those individuals to gain the project management skills to help them with their day-to-day tasks and projects.
So that was like a one-time bump up because you hired a lot of new people with,
Yes, and that's why in the 26, 27, you see a pretty significant drop off there.
okay, thank you.
I can elaborate just a little bit as well. Just procedurally, DAS changed their procedures for how we could go about and occupy training. And that meant that to secure that training, we'd have to be on an RFP process, which puts us out beyond an acceptable time that would be able to utilize those funds as well.
Just a quick follow-up. So that means not all of that money's been spent yet?
That's correct. It has not been spent yet. We have needs to be able to put in training, but we have to make those decisions to how to best prioritize that and how we can accomplish it without having to contract and bring someone in to be able to do
So
broader training.
approximately how much remains unspent?
I would need to pull up the statement of appropriations report to look at what outstanding encumbrances we have and what's been spent year to date to be able to get to that number. Any money that's projected to not be utilized this particular biennium would either lapse if it was general funds, or it would be used against the remaining, I think, roughly $11 or $12 million back of the budget reduction that we're required to achieve pursuant to state law.
Okay, thank you.
And if we jump forward to slide 5 to take a look at the organizations, there's 5 and 6 comprise all of information services from a staffing perspective. I know the question came up about what the vacancy rate was, and we're at 25% vacancy rate currently in the combined areas of information services and PMO.
So what do you do when you get to a certain vacancy percentage that, where you just can't keep up with the strategic plan and the implementations? Do you have a contract you rely on to bring in additional contracted service support?
Well, it's one of the items that we'd like to be able to discuss further in the slide, as well as what we do look for to be able to offset some of the gaps.
Okay, all right.
In slide 7, we've identified some of the key accomplishments. Again, here, we can run through, spend as much time on it, but it gives you a sense. I think more importantly is our impact really breaks down into the 3 specific areas: a statewide, department-wide, as well as division-specific. You see, the first one, for example, the enterprise resource planning and cloud suite solution that involves most all aspects of IS, from project management to our EBI team and understanding integrations, and to our security component as well. Be able to do that. And that translates through most every effort that we work with across the department. One of the things that I'll mention, you'll see Salesforce listed in a couple different places. We've had the luxury of being able to have the funding to grow Salesforce as a solution, which has filled a lot of gaps and done a great job for our front-facing aspects of there. When we develop aspects of Salesforce within that solution, that ends up being able to be shared across the state as well. So it's a way of deduplicating different efforts to come up with the same results. So I think that's been a pretty big success. Department-wide, one thing that I'll focus a little bit of time, but please ask any questions about anything specifically on there, is that ability that we've drawn to the privacy impact assessments in our work there. As Mr. Wieters explained, that the direction is to be consent in as our systems are developed, and that's been an effort that's been going on as long as I've been here, since 2019, to try to turn that avenue, everything that we look at from a development standpoint really has become more privacy centric. And that's success that I've seen over my time being here as well.
So business intelligence, coupled, I guess, eventually with some AI, where do you see probably the number one most lucrative deployment of business intelligence may be in the department in terms of improving financial recoveries, saving costs through enhanced productivity? What's our number one low-hanging fruit? And yes, Mr. Wieters, you're welcome to.
Yes, so considering that there is, the potential is terrific.
Yeah,
If it's just
but you
getting
gotta
down to
start
that-
with one.
that understanding.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we find the highest value in incorporating from a department-wide aspect is having AI involved with our policy and state laws and regulations, so that answers can come at the press of a button to anyone that is customer facing and understand they're doing the right thing, utilizing AI to be able to populate that information to what we can and how it should be done.
Okay, I'm looking for the top project that we want to go after.
So the top project that we want to go after is from two different lenses. One from a privacy, where we were planning on using a natural language processing tool for to create a knowledge base for a chatbot to be able to be used by our staff to look at our administrative rules, our policies, our procedures, and be able to do in real time answers to questions on call centers, as well as for eligibility determination, redetermination, so that we don't have delays where we have currently the process where our individuals take anywhere from 6 months to a year to onboard and learn all those policies and procedures and administrative rules. They'd be able to use that natural language processing tool to immediately, based off of prompts, give them information so they can do the determinations in hours and days as opposed to weeks and months. And so and the reason why we wanted to do that specifically as the first project was it doesn't manage any private information. It's all public data, administrative rules, policies, and procedures. So we can prove out that we can create a private natural language processing knowledge base that can manage the security and the privacy of the information, but also drive efficiency in our department. We would expand beyond that in the future to be able to do utilize AI to actually program in what we call business rules for determinations of eligibility or other solutions like child support and whatnot. But that would require us to already have a proven concept of ensuring the privacy of the information first. So that's how we sort of staged it. We don't want to use data that has highly regulated information. We don't want to violate our state constitution for privacy inadvertently by using like a Google or an AWS or Microsoft tool. But we believe that if we go in those steps, we'll get to that point of being able to leverage it to a better return on investment, as you indicated earlier.
Sounds good. When you guys come up with like a strategic plan on how you plan on rolling that out and developing it, I would be interested in seeing that. And I would hope that Ms. Tellis would have a lot of input in there, because it struck me as she gave her presentation that there may be a lot of opportunity to help with sort of the behavior identification, or she's looking for misbehavior identification and unusual submissions that should be flagged and looked at. It seems like a target-rich environment, but all right. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Oh, Representative Stringham.
Could you expand at all on line 27, the roughly $50 million line? How many? How does how does that get spent and appropriated? Where does it go? What's the process to decide how to spend that? So,
Yes.
Thank you.
I sure can. So again, with all the department responsibilities from a system standpoint, this comprises the operational budget of all those systems. So we generate that in cooperation and collaboration with DOIT for understanding those needs, put those funds together to be able to support all of the systems in play across the department. That's what that funding line is for.
So is this somewhere else in the budget that they show this 48 million in roughly, which was 24? Is that
Yeah, an
somewhere else
important
in the-
element too is DOIT supports DHHS through their staffing as well, and these numbers are in part of that offset.
Yes, I believe Division 1 covers the Department of Information Technology, so there's an equivalent transfer line located in their budget. And if you look in the governor's operating budget, if you do ever look at page 1064, what you will see down there at the bottom is you will see the federal funds, the general funds, education trust fund, other funds, and then you'll see less funds for budgeted revenue transfers. And the number that will be found there is that $54 and $55 million that you see in Class 27, because that money is being moved over to the Department of Information Technology and being accounted for there.
All right, the next slide, slide 8, basically just directs you to the area that we're looking at now in the budget book. Slide 9 really was just a visualization of the systems in play that center around the roadmap commitments here. We weren't going to spend much time on that unless there's specific questions on it, but did want to be able to visually tie in the systems that are supporting those goals. Slide 10, I'm just going to ask Nathan to kind of talk to before I get into details a bit.
Sure. So this is just following up on Representative Wallner's request from yesterday as far as listing out the prioritized needs that were funded or not funded in the agency's budget. When we prepare, I think just for background and context for some of the members that are newer to this process, we prepare our agency budget back in August. When we prepare that agency budget, there's two major components to it. There's the efficiency expenditure budget, which is basically what's your cost to continue baseline operations. And then there is the governor's directive. And the governor, his directive may potentially, he or she may potentially run slightly counter to what the efficiency expenditure is based on revenue projections that need to be accounted for. And so when we prepared our original efficiency budget, some baseline efficiency costs, such as some of the state fiscal year 24 legislation, SB 463, SB 1573, some of those items were included as prioritized need because we were unable to get to the target that we were given. There are a number of key IT projects listed here, two of which we talked about earlier relative to the Salesforce, the budget intelligence system, as well as the DocuSign system. And I just kind of want to provide some of that context. Obviously, there's a lot of hard choices that have to be made during the budget process. But currently, these are some of the system enhancements or efficiencies that we were unable to get within our initial efficiency budget that are currently unfunded. And I'll hand it over to Ernie.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, on this page 10, could you just briefly describe the New Heights efficiency consolidation in the Salesforce? I'm just not familiar with those two
Sure.
projects.
So the New Heights is our eligibility system that's utilized for many different aspects of our services across the department. One of the things where I'm talking about it here is a large portion of the efficiency aspect was carved out of it. And the important aspects to bring in as an effort to be efficient and consolidate some of the systems utilized elsewhere in the department, they were brought into New Heights to accomplish what had to happen for those individual systems, as New Heights could take that, but it also meant that it was an expanded use of New Heights, which requires additional maintenance, enhancements, and refinements to be able to monitor all those additions as well.
Okay, what about Salesforce development?
Salesforce development is the area that we have seen a lot of benefits by creating systems such as incident management system, our constituent inquiry and response system, and incident management system, just to expand a little bit, has provided solutions from several areas, New Hampshire Hospital, for example, DCYF. We have, in public health, we have the immunization information system that's utilizing the incident management system, as well as DPQI in their Sentry events that are being utilized as well. What the Salesforce has done for us is be able to answer a lot of the questions that have been business problems, working through spreadsheets and trying to have a solution that is a very usable front end aspect for solving that. And then our ability to be able to tie in the data that we collect within the Salesforce to be able to integrate that with the other systems to have a full benefit around that, to include EBI and our document management systems as well.
As a follow-up on that same page, did you prepare a cost benefit analysis? We have the cost of these programs that were not funded, but do you have like a dollar figure of the benefits of savings that would happen if these programs were funded to not only the department, but also to the state?
We don't have one developed here, but glad to be able to provide that information.
I think one easy number to point back to is what we talked about this morning when we were looking at the federal funds that we were no longer lapsing. While it may not be a perfect year-to-year comparison, the general funds that we were able to offset when we budgeted were in the tens of millions of dollars. And that's a several $100,000 system that falls within the Salesforce development team. That's the kind of work, at least on the finance side. Obviously, there's different types of work that are going on across the department. But I don't think we have a formal, comprehensive department-wide analysis to address that exact question.
That would be very beneficial in the future, but to come up with.
I'll take that back.
So
Yeah,
I
thank you.
actually think there's an easy low-hanging fruit one here. On the bottom of page 10, the e-signature solution, I think we heard testimony earlier that if we went back to chasing down wet ink signatures, that would create not only time lags, but it would also cost a tremendous amount of manpower to run around chasing this down. So to me, it's a very simple little business case justification. What do we think the man-hour impact, and do we think the delay in getting contracts signed? What's the cost of that relative to the $346,000 in general funds? And if you started with a low-hanging fruit one, we could kick it back around a little bit and see how it feels, whether or not it's worth pursuing, similar to what Representative Priest just suggested for the other ones.
Sure, that makes sense.
That's my guess. That's the easiest one to do.
If I may, I would agree with you, Representative Edwards. Most of the goals of our technology is to improve productivity, reduce duplication of effort. The return on investment is reducing errors in doing work, and also improving the efficiency of the services. So just as a component of the Salesforce development team, that represents 7 outside contractors for 1 year.
So let's not do each one. Let's just take as many as you want to give us something back so we can look at, but we need a business case, much like Representative Priest just said.
Certainly, we can take that back and get you.
I don't know that we could consider these without, in the absence of, okay, so what is the return on investment?
I think we will certainly take that back and give you a couple of examples of the return on investment of this team that The one component you'll see in that example is that this is an agile team, so it works on features and epics, which means that it might be deploying a budget system today and then a constituent management system in a month and then another system the following month. And we're constantly evaluating different products as we go forward so that we don't limit ourselves to one solution, that we can actually streamline and improve multiple solutions.
Sure, I would just suggest the first one that we go kick back and forth, we remember the KISS principle. Just
Sounds good.
keep it simple for the
Yep.
stupid. It's we'll
We'll bring that back. We'll send that to you.
Representative Wallner, did you have a question?
This is a question for Mr. White. This is the first time today that we've seen this page entitled Unfunded Areas Impacted. Does that mean that in the other areas that we went through today that there were no priority,
Yeah, so
unfunded priorities?
the only other area was the $102,000 each year for the LinkedIn HR resource. Just due to because we've only had a pretty small window to prepare these and update them based on the governor's budget coming out, we weren't able to update that particular slide. But in all the other division slides that we'll be presenting, you will be seeing this same duplicated or something similar that will be captured at the end there. But that's the only one that we weren't able to get everything 100% in order and just preparing all these on a pretty quick turnaround time frame.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
It's helpful.
Representative Priest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the discussion on the AI. I'm glad you're utilizing AI in your current services. Is that correct? Not yet.
Thank you for the question. Not yet. We are looking to.
Doing that. Are there safeguards to protect the agency and the people of New Hampshire?
And that is entirely why we're doing most of, as Mr. Gillen indicated, we're focusing on policy procedure first, and then we're going to focus on a natural language processing tool for public data that's already out there in the public to prove out the solution and prove out this privacy and security component so that we can look at the policy and implement the policy with the solution that if it has any leakage or data quality issues, that is public information anyway. So we're not having a high risk. And then from there, we'll refine our policy and procedures to ensure that the more protective, the privacy regulated data that we manage, if we move into that in the future, that it would be protected as a state solution, not an open AI solution.
As a follow-up, so the information that you're collecting now for Medicare and Medicaid in this state, and the fact that it's, we have a provision in our Constitution to really value privacy. Are there anything that you can, and I'm sure that you share that information with the federal government. Is that correct? Federal agencies that you're getting funding from. Yeah, but this is kind of I'm sorry.
No, it's just fine. You started talking about AI and how we're going to roll in AI, and now you're talking about data sharing with the federal government and other third parties. It's just a different subject.
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right.
I really appreciate it.
Ask whatever question you care to ask.
Going back to the information sharing with the federal government, again, what provisions do you have to kind of safeguard the information that we are collecting here in the state?
This is separate of
Yeah.
relevant to AI.
All right.
So, David, you want to explain?
Sure. It depends on the data set. So every, like Medicaid has specific regulatory and state and federal laws governing that information, who we can share it with. So we follow those state and federal laws. I can take that, like for Medicaid, I would go back to Henry Lippman, our Medicaid director, on how he would manage sharing data with our federal partners. But in every case, we follow that, we identify what laws are the data is governed by, And then we can create data sharing agreements where necessary, or information exchange agreements is what we usually do with our federal partners, or memorandums of understandings with within our state departments to share the information. And within those MOUs, we work through our privacy officer to ensure that we know exactly what fields we're sharing, who we're sharing them with, that we have legal authority to share them with those entities. And if we don't, then we don't pursue it. We don't move forward with sharing.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
think-
again, I
think-
apologize
No,
for-
you're fine. You're great. And then the final ring in the defense in depth is Meredith Tellis's group is doing audits to ensure compliance with state federal law. So there's yet another layer of kind of an independent oversight to make sure that we're following data sharing regulations and agreements. So I believe that's true, is it not?
She does review the data sets and make sure that we're following all the regs through an audit to ensure that we're sharing with the right people and for the right reasons.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have a nice defense in depth approach to protecting data privacy.
I believe we do.
Representative Stringham?
Yeah, just a little bug, HIPAA is HIPAA. And so it's HIPAA, HIPPA in a bunch of the documents. But going back in looking at the e-signature solutions, have you looked at things like PandaDoc or other systems? You're wondering, now that this class of software is established, are there cheaper, equally highly reliable systems that we could use and get all the benefits that we've had in accelerated contracting and improved staff efficiency in generating contracts without necessarily using DocuSign? Thanks.
Yeah, we're always looking to be able to have the best product to be able to do the services that we want to accomplish on there. DocuSign specifically met that need at a very crisis point during our COVID aspect as one of the leaders to be able to accomplish that. But yes, as staffing allows and we're able to put more effort into strategy, then we want to be able to innovate and be using the best product we can.
I think one important consideration, though, is when you build one of these systems. I mean, building a road may not be the best metaphor, but you spent the time to define your business requirements, to work with the contractor for the solution, work with your team to train them, and you worked with, in the case of DocuSign, like our vendors and the Attorney General's office. And so we've come up with sort of a comprehensive solution that didn't happen overnight, but it's also not only in the contract sphere, it's in the public health sphere and working on the Division of long-term supports and services sphere. So while something may nominally be cheaper, there may be that investment cost upfront as well as your lost productivity costs that you just have to balance out when looking at that.
So I have a homework assignment, I think, for you. On page 11, under consultants, 525,000. Would you please break that out for me in terms of the number of hours and what the average hourly price of an hour is?
Sure.
And then for a comparison, a baseline, give me a fully loaded employee of the state. Fully loaded, I mean all the benefits and the whole deal, and what an effective hourly rate would be for a well-paid employee.
Total cost of that employee.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I just want to see what we're trading off. When we don't have employees, we're paying consultants, and what I'd like to understand what trade-off we're making.
Sure, and that makes sense. And I think one of the aspects of identifying the consultant parts here is that it really becomes that ad hoc ability that
Right.
they're not on the payroll all the time, right? That their ability to be able to stand it in, but I'm happy to make that comparison.
That's an excellent point. Just remind me of that when provide the other data.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Do you have any closing thoughts? Did we hit everything you wanted us to hear?
I think so. And I think, Nathan had framed it up. We had prioritized needs. We did not submit any prioritized needs here. Everything we're asking for is a way for us to be, as we see, more efficient, productive in what we're accomplishing.
All right. Well, thank you. I think facilities is up next.
Thank you.
And I don't see a PowerPoint for the facilities. Is there no PowerPoint?
Is it? I think it's out of order. I think it ended up getting slid behind Office of
Oh,
Health
there it
Equity
is.
there,
I see
but
it.
on the schedule, facilities is next. So once you find the PowerPoint, it should be labeled. It should be in there. There's 2 accounting units here, and it begins in the governor's operating budget on page 1057, and the accounting unit is 5685. And then there's also a second accounting unit, 5687, on page 1058. So they're sequential, so they're together, so it's a little easier.
Good.
And then in the budget briefing book, the accounting unit for management support, 5685, begins on page 26. And the second accounting unit does not have an entry in the budget briefing book because it is below $1 million. And with that said, I will hand it over to Tammy Nelson, our Director of Facilities.
So on page 26, it's labeled management support, or am I on the wrong page?
That is correct.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just state your name for the clerk.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Nelson. I'm the Director of Facilities and Office Services. This afternoon, I'll walk you through a brief slide deck that starts with our mission, the focus and functions of our work, a high-level org chart, and close with some specific details about our district offices. Our mission: to provide and manage safe, accessible, and cost-efficient facilities. Slide 3. As part of our portfolio, we manage 26 lease agreements, with 11 of them being for the regional office locations that are referred to as our district offices. The district offices are located throughout the state, as shown in slide 8, for the purpose of serving DHHS clients. Our district offices total approximately 229,000 square feet of leased office space, housing approximately 1,000 program staff. Further, we provide oversight and management support of the department's 24/7 facilities. Each institution has a facilities manager and maintenance staff who are directly responsible to oversee facility operations. However, there is ongoing collaboration with general maintenance, emergency repairs, resource allocation, special or unplanned projects, and identifying capital projects. Slide 4 details a variety of our core functions, to include lease administration, space utilization, ensuring compliance with safety regulations and ADA accessibility, the supply of furniture, fixtures, equipment, and general maintenance. Further services include the administration of office services, which support all of our HHS locations throughout the state. That includes mail, purchasing, inventory, and archiving, logistics, telecommunications, transportation, and fleet management services. Slide 5 provides a high-level org chart. You'll see that we have myself, and we have 4 administrators, one that oversees regional operations, one that oversees lease administration, one that oversees office services, and one that oversees maintenance services. Slide 6 highlights a few key projects that we've done over this current budget, to include the relocation of the Claremont District Office to better serve both staff and clients, the New Hampshire Hospital lobby upgrades following the tragic events of November 2023, and various furniture upgrades due to aged equipment and safety concerns. Slide 8, as noted previously, shows the geographic layout of the district offices. We are as high up as Berlin, all the way down to Nashua. Slide 9 shows where the 24/7 facilities are located. And slide 10 shows a closer look at our district offices in terms of square footage, staff counts, and renewal dates. And that essentially wraps up the overview.
Okay, that's great. The things I get curious about when I look at facilities is, what are your longer term plans? I know we've got to be planning for shutting down and turning over the Sununu Youth Development Center. If that's gonna be completed in this budget cycle, then I don't need to worry about a budgetary impact, not this budget. But if we're going to be able to turn over the Sununu Youth Development Center to DAS, that could potentially save the department money in this budget cycle. So I just want to understand timing around planned turnover of the Sununu Youth Development Center.
So at a high level, I'll take that question if that's okay, Representative.
Sure.
So at a high level, the Youth Development Center is, as we stated earlier, I think a week or two ago,
Yeah.
had broken ground over it in Hampstead and is currently on track for being completed or completed in 2026. And then we would need to then occupy. So the occupy and run YDC over at that new location is, as we discussed in the previous session, dependent on some of the ad alternates that were not funded, and would delay our ability to actually operate in that building if we aren't able to obtain the additional funds to include the culture corridor, laundry services, cafeteria or food services.
So the summary of that is, until you understand what your operational budget is for the new center, you can't reasonably anticipate a closure date of the old Sununu Center.
That is a very concise way of saying what I was saying. Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
All right. I understand. And then I want to know when y'all are going to present the 10-year plan for Glencliff. Because, I love Glencliff. It's a beautiful resort-like environment with 500-year-old buildings or something like that. At some point, it's going to be untenable to be maintaining those buildings, and I want to know that we have people paying attention to the escalating cost of maintenance versus the building of new. I just would like to know. I don't want the answer in this budget cycle because the answer doesn't impact this budget cycle, I don't think. Maybe there's some maintenance costs when we get to Glencliff, but we really need to understand what the long-term plan is for Glencliff. We can't just assume we're going to be operating at another 20 years. I don't think.
So for the current biennium, Glencliff has been funded at approximately the 75 census patient census. I think that's a much larger, more comprehensive conversation,
huge.
well in advance of facilities. I think if we're to discuss that further, I'd like to have Ellen LaPointe here, the CEO of New Hampshire Hospital, who oversees Glencliff. But I think that's a much broader conversation than just facilities.
It absolutely is. Yeah. And so that's why I'm just asking, when can we start to expect to hear what the department's plan is? You guys can have all the conversation you want. I just want to know when we could start to expect to, hear what your thinking is about the life cycle of Glencliff and the replacement. Sure. I don't need to have an opinion. I'm just curious when you guys will have one developed.
Not today.
No.
And again, I think it's a much broader conversation,
Right.
not really prepared to discuss today.
Okay. I'm not prepared to ask questions about the line item budget. Are there questions from the members? Go ahead, Representative Priest.
I just wanted to commend the Director of Facilities. You do an amazing job of the facilities that we own and operate. A group of us went to Glencliff last spring, and considering how old the facility is and it's still in operation, but yet you're managing to keep it going, it's amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all true. I agree. I do now have another question though. With the way the corporate world is going, as people do more remote work, as there's consolidation opportunities, do you see any opportunity, if not in this budget cycle, but a upcoming one, where we ought to be doing a serious consolidation of office space to reduce our footprint?
I'd like to defer that to Dave, please.
Sure. So actually, we have been doing that since COVID time. So public health was the sort of the champion for that. So
Yeah.
they would have about 30 to 50% of their staff remote at any given time. So we do a hoteling, is what I call it, where there's shared workspaces, and they led that way. And then as we move forward, we are doing that in information services in conjunction with economic stability, where we hotel space in Brown Building, so that we didn't, when we actually were moved out of the South Street location and Department of Corrections moved in, we didn't need to go out and lease additional building space, and we were able to reuse some of the space within Brown Building. So we are looking at that as an opportunity, especially when there's deferred maintenance on buildings that administrative services doesn't always get the funding for that they need. We're looking to see how we can do that as we go forward. And one of the things that we also did is consolidating our warehouse space. We had 2 warehouses. We're now down to 1 through this budget.
Yeah.
So we are
Good.
constantly looking at our space utilization.
So then you probably also have an answer for, as you go onto the campus and you take that first sort of bank, and the main building is there, the old main building. To the left of it is a ghost building. It's abandoned and boarded up. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I believe I do.
What's
that
the
would-
plan for that?
That would be Bancroft. That is a building that is owned and managed by the Department of Administrative Services.
Oh, okay.
So we'd have to refer
So
to
we're not
them.
paying for it. The department isn't.
We are not.
All right, that's good. I don't have any more questions on facilities. Anyone else have questions on facilities? Do you, Representative? Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't have a backslide on unfunded priorities. All right.
There, in 5685, there are 2 unfunded positions in the Class 10 line, and then there is 1 unfunded position in the Class 12 line. And then in DHHS District Office, the Accounting Unit 5687, there's 1 unfunded position in Class 10.
Okay. All right. So with that, I think we're ready for Mr. Hampton, Office of Health Equity. Commissioner, do you want to step up as well, or you're good where you're at? Okay. You can enjoy the seat that Mr. Wieters just evacuated.
So just to orient the committee, there's going to be 2 primary accounting units with the Office of Health Equity. And the first is on page 1042 in the governor's operating budget. It's Accounting Unit 7208, Minority Health Refugee Affairs. And then the second is on page 1043. It's Accounting Unit 7209, and it's Refugee Services. And in the budget briefing book, It is included on page. So the first accounting unit, 7208, begins on page 7 of the budget briefing book, and the second begins on page 9 for 7209 of the budget briefing book and continues through page 12. And with that, I will hand it over to Ruben Hampton, our director.
Good afternoon. I'm Ruben Hampton, the Director of the Office of Health Equity. I'll be taking you through the office's mission, some of the key outcomes at a high level if we achieve that mission, and key accomplishments along with an organizational chart. The mission of the office is to identify and mitigate health disparities for all of New Hampshire. That's on page 2. And if you flip that to page 3, you'd see that for a key outcome number 1, it would be that all folks in the state would have equitable access to the programs and services of the department. One way we would make that happen is by ensuring that the department, all of its partners, all of the vendors, all of the community organizations that we work with are providing culturally linguistically appropriate services. And whether that's policies, procedures, the actual interpreters, translation services themselves, and not just for compliance reasons, which are important, but also so we can provide more effective services to those that we serve. If you move to the next slide, slide 4, there's also the community outreach and engagement portion to make sure that we as a department are staying engaged with community stakeholders. At the office, we try to build relationships with folks across the state from all different backgrounds. It's important that whether it's different divisions, groups, subgroups, when there are programs and services, are able to work with different parts of the community, get their input, get their participation as needed, as appropriate, and we try to facilitate those relationships. On the flip side of that, it's also important that community voice be involved with these programs that are designed to serve them, as well as the development of new programs. And for the refugee program specifically, there are some high-level goals from the federal government, but overall, we want to ensure that folks are able to get settled here, integrated, and achieve self-sufficiency in addition to, if they have kids, get those folks in school, provide on-the-job training, and also receive any necessary healthcare treatment and screening up front.
So I'm gonna ask you a question there. I was in Afghanistan for a year and interacted directly with that population, and I know that from a refugee perspective, we've brought in, at one point, I think the count was 120. I don't know what the total count is as of now. Maybe you could tell me the Afghan population, but so my concern, having interacted with that culture on their ground and their turf, was that relative to U.S. standards, there was a huge amount of work that could be done, or maybe ought to be done, to make sure that women were fully integrated into society, and that they were able to go to school, they were able to play sports, they were able to get good access to health care. Can you speak? I'm not asking for names or personal identifying data of any kind, but I'd like to understand your perspective on how good a job we've been doing at the cultural integration of the Afghan refugees.
There's been a lot of work to ensure, this comes from, we partner with now 5 different vendors for refugee services broadly, 2 resettlement agencies, 3 other service providers who all would work with different groups. And whether that's trying to ensure that from a pure linguistic standpoint, we provide interpreters or service providers that speak the different native languages that are Afghani refugees or SIVs or other folks that are coming over speak. that they have folks that they want to work with that are able to understand their culture. The agencies have invested in that staff. They also spend extensive time with the families. I am personally aware of a couple different family situations where the office and the resettlement agency have partnered together to meet the needs of families to ensure that they're happy, whether that means that they are in New Hampshire or they out-migrate to a different state as well. So there has been substantial investment to ensure that there is cultural integration and that they are meeting the needs of their families because
So I need to interrupt you just for a second. You're doing a great job of telling me what we're doing. My question was, how are we doing? Are we doing, have we achieved what we consider to be success in terms of the successful cultural integration of the Afghan population? Yes or no? Or it's not really a yes or no, but I'd like to hear more about the how are we doing, and not what are we doing.
my understanding is as well as it can be expected given the circumstances. You have a lot of folks who came over under duress, to say the least, and coming over to a brand new country, but it is going as well as can be expected, and them coming here having to start a whole new life and being able to integrate into society, to get jobs, to get their kids into schools, to get housing.
I'm particularly concerned about are we helping to make sure that the women are enjoying American freedoms and opportunity?
There have been, from my specific knowledge, that workers for the individual resettlement agencies, for folks from the office have met with individual family members as well to ensure that their needs are met. So from my understanding, that is true.
Do you want to add to that, Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Ann Landry, Associate Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman Edwards. I would reiterate what Ruben's is saying. I do remember us discussing this, I think 2 years ago, maybe at the last biennium, and with some of our accepts and expends along the way. We're lucky that the two primary resettlement agencies here in New Hampshire are belong to the nine national federal resettlement agencies, and these organizations are well equipped to do that work to integrate any refugee who comes to the U.S. They hire, as Ruben said, they invest in it, and we have no reason to believe that they're not being successful in that today. I think part of that, sorry if I can just finish, I didn't mean to interrupt, is looking at what are those cultural competencies that the families and the communities need to integrate those families, and for your example here, how that may differ from their home country here in America. So yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Do we have performance metrics that inform our own people on how well we're doing, as opposed to counting what we're doing? Because I think that would be easy. I want to know how we're doing. Do we have performance measurements to tell us how we're doing?
The federal program has very specific metrics that we must keep track of and report on that are more performance based. They don't necessarily speak to some of the cultural aspects that you're talking about. We certainly keep track of and take very seriously any feedback we do get from clients, individual family members, and investigate those follow-up with vendors to ensure that needs are being met, whether they're from our Afghan clients or other. And that has happened in the past, and we absolutely do follow up.
So I'm most familiar with the Afghans. What other significant, in terms of numbers, refugee populations have we welcomed to New Hampshire, and do we have any cultural integration issues with any of those populations?
There's been nothing to my knowledge, answer your second question first, that have been unexpected in terms of cultural integration issues. Again, as people are coming over from a new country under duress. In terms of larger populations, the largest have been the humanitarian parolees from Ukraine have been a larger population. Afghans previously, not as much currently, were a larger population, and the rest not necessarily particular outliers. We've had a somewhat larger population from the DRC, but that's relative, not necessarily as high as
DRC?
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay, thank you.
But we have not had, that's not at the same relative scale as Afghanistan or Ukraine.
Did I see a statistic that said that we have over 7,000 refugees currently living in New Hampshire, like 7,200 or something? Do you know the total number of refugees that we have in New Hampshire?
I'd have to get back to you with that data to confirm how many are living in the state, because a lot of folks out-migrate as well, right? We track, who arrives into the state year by year. I'd have to get back to you on how many are currently in the state. The number that arrive is in the low hundreds. It's not in the thousands. So that
Okay, and I'll go to Representative Priest next. But and then do we have any insight into a new pipeline of refugees we might be expecting? Or with the new administration, are we getting any sort of communication on what sort of refugee resettlement we may be looking at in the next year or two?
the current administration has put a 4-month hold on reception and placement for refugees specifically. So those who would have refugee status. So there are not any refugees coming over. They've also attempted to do something similar for humanitarian parolees. You do have some with special immigrant visas, so SIVs. So actually, some folks from Afghanistan have come over,
Right.
but there's been a significant drop off. You may have seen in the news that there were some Afghan refugees and SIVs on a flight that was supposed to come over that was canceled. Right. So there's been a significant drop off.
Okay, Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as a continuation from what Representative Edwards has talked about just recently, I think it would be very helpful if we could get a table of all the refugees that you have serviced within the last 5 years and their status in New Hampshire.
Thank you, Representative. Clarifying question. When you say their status,
If they're still living in the state or if they've migrated out.
understood. I will see what we're able to provide.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
With that, there are other groups, like you mentioned that there's a category on humanitarian and the like.
I'll interpret refugee as the broad refugee term when you say that, like humanitarian parolees, refugees, generally the folks of or Office of Refugee Resettlement eligible population, folks that we serve.
Outstanding. Thank you. Representative Navalko, and then Representative Tulersky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hampton, for taking the questions. Back to page 3 in your handouts. I'm wondering if you could provide a distinction between equal and equitable.
General distinction there is that you wouldn't equal has an implication sometimes of providing the same solution for every person. Equitable often has the implication of providing what each person needs, right? For example, you may have someone from a disability perspective who needs a specific solution versus someone who does not. You wouldn't necessarily provide them with the same solution.
Yeah, that actually wasn't my question because this is related to access. And I think you answered a different question. So I always thought that our goal and objective was equal access. And I'm not sure I understand how that differs from equitable.
In this case, irrespective of the difference between the two, the goal is to ensure that regardless of their particular circumstances, whether the person has a disability, where they're located in the state, regardless of their income, et cetera, they're able to access the department's services in the same way that any other person could. That is what is intended by equitable.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tulersky and then
Thank you.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you very much. I want to commend your very small staff and what is probably a huge impact on this group of people who come here in a very unique situation. So thank you for that. I may have jumped ahead a little bit, but I'm looking at the key accomplishments of your group. And what caught my eye was the bottom of page 7, where it talks about employment. Now, we all know we have a workforce crisis here in our state. And I've seen many economists sort of reflect on if our immigration and influx of newcomers slows down, we may be in for a real problem here. So I was pleased to see some of these initiatives, and I'm wondering if you could maybe just give me a little more details. I'm being from Nashua, and I know the child care crisis, a child care training program with Greater Nashua United Way. Can you talk a little bit about what some of these services are in order to get these people up and on their feet in a job?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Representative. The general goal of the program is to ensure folks are employed, but also to make sure that they're economically mobile as well, so that if there's opportunities for training, whether that's specific skill related, whether that's language related, they're able to achieve it. And a lot of our partners are able to work with us and local community partners. When I say partners first, I meant vendors, the resettlement agencies, the service providers, to help set up training programs for clients. Something not included on here is actually one of the resettlement agencies is working to set up a child care program, and refugees who had the proper training would actually be able to work there as well. They've worked to set up licensing and certification programs that refugees and clients are able to participate in, and able to receive certification so that they can continue to work in different areas and potentially higher paying roles as well. There's overall data that suggests the current executive administration at the federal level conducted a study during their first term that looking at 15 years of data from 2004 to 2019, showing that refugees contributed more in revenue and cost less in expenses than every other type of resident. And even if you accounted for the cost of their entire family, they still contributed more in revenue than they cost in expenses. So generally speaking, as you suggest, they're valuable contributors from an economic perspective.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to look at the budget line for this, and if you could help me understand, there's kind of a down and back up in the budget where the 2025 columns lower. Could you explain that? Thanks.
Which accounting unit are you referring to?
So this is on the refugees, page 1043, and the number is, you can either look at the federal revenues or the total spending for the department because they equal.
Mm-hmm.
So
So the question is, why was the actual expense higher than the adjusted authorized in 2025?
yes, or conversely, why is 2025 kind of stand out as the authorized expense so much lower?
Sure. So one thing that we've seen happen in this current biennium, and members of the fiscal committee are familiar with this, we've had to come back through since the original budget was passed for the current biennium and accept additional federal awards through that fiscal process. And so I don't remember the exact number, but it was in the millions of dollars of additional funding that we received in subsequent awards after the budget was approved that are represented in the actual expense. Those funds were added to the refugee contracts that we have with our providers in the community. I think one really important thing just to point out for the committee, this is a 100% federally funded program by the federal government. And so it can be difficult to project what award amount we may get. Sort of as Ruben alluded to, we don't necessarily know what the policy of the federal government will be. We don't know what humanitarian crises may be occurring in the next 2 years. And so we will from time to time see significant fluctuations in the federal funding that we receive that we did not anticipate.
And as he suggested, we in the past have received influx of funds, particularly for the Afghan population, for the Ukrainians as well, during those programs. And so we are just told, here are the funds, please try to expend these as soon as you can and get them contracted as soon as you can.
So in light of that, the projection going forward of it looks like around a 10% increase, how confident or not confident is the 26-27 number?
I think it's important to remember that we prepared this back in August. Things may have looked a little differently back in August than they do today. So we can certainly take that back and try to project what we may think may happen. We could revise the federal funds downward. If we do that, then we just run the risk of having to come back through fiscal to accept additional federal funds that we didn't anticipate. This is just part of the balancing act here, where we can't control what's driving the expense and the revenue.
So I'm looking at the number of positions on page 1043 for the refugee services. I want to understand the three. If there were not another single refugee brought to New Hampshire, how many of these people would we need to retain? And I shouldn't have said people. I really mean positions, because I have no clue who these folks are.
So we currently have 3 vacancies on that team, one of which, it's particularly important, the health coordinator position.
So all of these are vacant currently.
The 3 on the org chart, you'll look and see that there's the health coordinator position that's vacant, the data analyst, and the outreach coordinator. In states, the 2 that are always mentioned in statute are the state refugee coordinator and the health coordinator.
Yeah.
Health coordinator was, due to the hiring freeze, we could not make a hire. All of these, those 3 positions that are filled in the health coordinator position would all still be valuable, because you would still have folks in the state who still need to be served. You could also still have clients who come from different states. And even if you don't have refugees who come in, let's say the 4-month pause is extended, you would still have potential folks coming from different pathways, like SIVs, asylees, who are still going to need services and assistance. That's also why we have 2 of the positions vacant and on hold, the data specialist and the outreach coordinator, that we have not sought to fill, given the current state of the program at the federal level.
Okay, and similarly, talk about the positions that are under minority health and refugee affairs. Give us an idea of, I know what the one unclassified position is, but talk us through the 6 on permanent classified.
So these are, we have the 2 communication access roles, which deal with a myriad of requests, often related to compliance. We train folks internally, externally, vendors, work to improve our internal systems and processes, again, to provide better services in addition to the compliance pieces. There's the administrative role, which will also be assisting with the communication access pieces given available bandwidth. We have a community outreach and engagement role that we have filled for the community outreach and engagement pieces. The other is on hold due to the hiring freeze. And we have the behavioral health linguistic competence coordinator, which is going to be assisting with community outreach, also helps with communication access as well, and does some trainings, a couple for behavioral health, for example, QPR, mental health first aid.
So of the 11, it sounds like you have 4 currently that are vacant and subject to a hiring freeze.
Yes, 2 of them we were at the reference stage for and can proceed no further. 2 of them we were going to keep on hold pending what's going on with the refugee program at the federal level.
First category or the first 2, I'm not sure I've heard that term.
So 2, we were at the reference stage for. We were doing reference checks for, and we had to hold.
So they thought they were going to be employed because we started a reference check and then we froze.
I can't speak to the thought there, but yes, we were very close. Hiring freeze hit, so we could not fill them. 2 of the refugee program positions we intended to keep on hold pending what's going on at the federal level.
And what kind of job descriptions are these? What kind of skill set or education are you requiring?
So for the state refugee health coordinator has a pretty specific skill set because you want someone with a refugee background and also the health background as well, because they have to have familiarity with the type of exams that refugees must go under and the healthcare infrastructure, but also refugee resettlement generally. The community outreach role, you'd want someone who has experience in community outreach engagement, but also strategy as well when it comes to looking at the state and what gaps do we have, what do we need. So those 2 roles specifically at a high
And
level.
you're able to find people with refugee backgrounds?
We were able to, yes. It took a bit, but we were.
All right. Other questions? Representative Stram?
Just this program is, to the best of everybody's knowledge, is still actively being funded. And if we incur expenses under 7209, the 100% federal funds is still ongoing?
It's still ongoing, actively funded.
That I don't see any other questions. Commissioner, do you have any final thoughts for us on this subject? It's really, I almost apologize. It's been such a contentious, hot issue, but that's where we're at. Do you have anything for us?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Hampton, you've done a marvelous job. So thank you for sitting in there and taking it.
Thank you, Representative.
All right. So with that, I think that concludes our expected presentations. Do you want to wrap us up somehow, Mr. White?
Sure. So I appreciate everyone's attention and questions today on the overall operating budget. I think just in summary, one important thing that I kind of think about is much of what you've seen today are the people and the systems that support the overarching operations. It ends up being about, I think, back of the envelope math, about 7% of our total budget that supports everything else. So that's where we kind of wanted to start to give you a sense of what are the underlying functions that support all of the subsequent divisions that we're going to be discussing. Henry Littman will be here on Friday discussing Medicaid all day long, and looking forward to it. If there's any questions or any specific issues that weren't discussed yesterday or today that you're looking for questions in advance of that, please let us know. We'll be preparing for that in the intermediary.
I have a couple clues in that regard.
Yes.
I don't know who created the sheet, but there's a sheet that's been floating around that's got 5 proposed significant changes to Medicaid that are reflected in the governor's budget. One of them is, I don't even know. I don't even remember what the 5 are. But I think those are probably historically in the last 6 months, the 5 of the many that Mr. Littman worked on, for which there was a Medicaid impact statement done and considered by the governor's office. I'd be curious in the other topics that were looked at for changes to Medicaid that were not accepted by the governor's office. What do you think about that?
So the governor's office is working on finalizing the HB2 provisions so that it's clear to the committee what the changes are relative to premiums eligibility and cost sharing. And so we will be going into details on that. And then we are working on getting that information that has been requested.
Okay, so then the other part of the request are the ones that didn't get accepted by the governor that we may still need to consider.
Yeah, I think we can certainly talk about that. Part of what you will see on Friday is we were primarily looking at, or the governor's office has primarily included the eligibility as far as coming into the system and not taking away current benefits that exist today. I think that's sort of it's a very different conversation. One's reducing what's received today. One is basically restricting sort of your inputs into the system. And we'll be prepared to talk about both those.
Super. And then I just thought of one of the questions I meant for Mr. Wieters and IT. There is two capital budget items, one of them for about $33 million and the other one for about $3 million, of which most of it's federal. But I'm curious, do those capital budgets contain money for the consultants that would be necessary to implement it if the capital budget is approved? Or am I having to worry about consultancy in the HB1 to support potential capital budgets?
Yep. So the first item, the 33 million and change for the MMES modularization project. It's important to understand that that's a 90-10 match, so we're getting 90% federal funds for every 10% of general funds, and we would be paying for those consultants out of that capital budget. So we would not expect to have a discussion or see anything in the operating budget on that specific topic here.
That's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Of course.
And Representative Stringham, you got it. Representative Tulerski.
I had one. I am a little disappointed that we're doing Medicaid on Friday when we haven't seen the Medicaid changes that are being proposed by the governor. And I'm afraid that we booked a big block of time, which is great, but we're not going to have the materials needed. Are we going to be able to have drafts before us? I spoke with Michael Kane today, and he did not anticipate that we would have what we needed by Friday.
I'll jump in on that grenade. I have a hard copy of the 5 in my office, and I would be happy to go get it so it can be photocopied.
I guess I would like is it official? I'd like an official distribution of some sort. It concerns me that we haven't had a chance to review things.
It's not official because Mr. White just said it's got to go into HB2 before it's official. I can give you what they're working on, the 5, if you'd like or not.
I would like to see it. I guess I'm just concerned that we're going to have a deep dive into Medicaid and we have a whole chunk of HB2 that we don't have a draft of.
I think what we will be able to do is we will be able to speak to the specifics. It's just the tricky situation that we're in, of course, is that we don't yet have the specific HB2 provisions finalized. However, I would anticipate that they will be fairly straightforward as far as, we will be able to say, X percent of this particular standard Medicaid population will now have cost sharing or a premium or whatever it might be. So we will be able to get into those details. We just won't have the final HB2 to work from. But I don't think it will be wasted time by any means.
If it's possible that we could get as much advanced documentation on that, I think that it's better than us coming in cold on Friday, make us better prepared to handle the conversation.
Of course.
Thank you.
And if it's not adequate, because it's such a huge part of the budget, if you don't believe it's adequate, we'll schedule a second.
I think we're going to have to anyway, because it's a huge part of the budget. So that's great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ripple, would you please start thinking about our calendar and where we might add sort of a second scoop of the ice cream for some of these things like Medicaid?
Sure, I will. So as the calendar stands now, March 11th is the last presentation date. So you'll still have a little bit in excess of 2 weeks before the division, before the division will need to make its recommendations. So there will be time for a second go around of some of these.
So say again the drop dead date for Division 3 to know what we want to say to the full Finance Committee.
I believe we had been using March 27th as the drop dead date, but I do just want to confirm that and that's consistent with what the other divisions are doing too.
All right. Anything else, Representative Tulerski?
Representative Stringham.
Representative Stringham.
Just in terms of the numbers that were provided for us for the Medicaid, we obviously saw some pretty strong, significant reductions. Does that incorporate everything that's being worked on, or will those numbers change with these revisions to HB2?
Those numbers reflect the policy changes.
Okay, anything else? Not seeing anything from the members. Do you have anything, little final words for us, Mr. White?
I do not. Thank you for your time
Dr.
today.
Henn, you're the senior. You got anything? All right, then, Mr. Ripple, what are we looking at? We got something going on Friday afternoon?
Yep, Friday afternoon, Medicaid at 1 o'clock. It wasn't in the last calendar, but it'll be in the calendar that comes out tomorrow.
And what's our status on when we're going to hear the non-germane amendment to HB 71?
So I've asked Janet to schedule that for the next time there's a full finance committee hearing, but at this point, I don't think there are any bills that have come out of the divisions yet for that meeting to be held.
How about the amendment? Do we, I'm so sorry, I'm confused by this. Do we need to have a specific hearing on the amendment that we heard for 519 that we are now wanting to attach or thinking we want to attach to 71? Is that its own?
Yes, you will. And my understanding was that would be scheduled for the next full finance committee meeting, but there's no other business to come before full finance as of yet. So I think it's going to be scheduled in combination with some other things.
Okay, that's more clear. Do you have anything to add? Okay. All right, then with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.